The sun rose over Mars the way it always did, thin, distant, offering light but little warmth. In the metal and rust compound that Tekadan called home, morning began with the sounds that defined their existence. Hydraulic systems cycling on aging mobile workers, someone cursing over a stripped bolt, and the particular silence that came from children who'd learned early that complaints didn't change anything. Master Chief Petty Officer John 117 stood in what used to be CGS's maintenance hangar, watching 16-year-old Akihiro Altland attempt to field strip a mobile worker's reactor, coupling with tools that were two sizes wrong for the job. "You're forcing it," Chief observed, his voice flat and professional through MJOLNIR's external speakers. He'd stopped wearing his helmet inside the compound after the first week. The children were scared enough without adding a faceless armored figure to their daily reality. Akihiro looked up, sweat running down his face despite the Martian morning chill. "The bolt's corroded, it won't stop," Chief interrupted. He moved closer, his armor's servo-assisted movement making no sound despite weighing half a ton. "Show me your grip." Akihiro demonstrated, his hands positioning on the wrench exactly as he'd been taught by CGS mechanics. Maximum torque, minimum finesse. "That's how you break equipment," Chief said, "and broken equipment gets people killed. Reset, smaller grip, feel for the give, don't force through resistance. The metal's telling you something. Listen to it. CGS taught you to treat machinery like it's disposable," Chief corrected, "because they treated you the same way. You're better than that now. Try again." Akihiro adjusted his grip, approaching the problem with patience instead of force. The bolt turned, smoothly, efficiently. He looked at it like he'd performed magic. "Good," Chief said. "Now do it 40 more times until you can do it half asleep with 3 fingers. Muscle memory saves lives when your brain's too tired to think." This was Chief's morning routine for 3 weeks now, moving through Tekadan's compound, teaching, correcting, demonstrating, not tactics, not yet, but fundamentals. How to maintain equipment, how to read structural stress, how to conserve energy during long operations, the how to eat properly before combat, instead of skipping meals because you were too nervous. The small skills that professional soldiers took for granted, and child soldiers never learned because nobody expected them to survive long enough for it to matter. "Chief," Cortana's voice came through his helmet's internal speakers, pitched so only he could hear. "Orga's watching you from the command center. 3rd time this morning. He's not happy." "Noted," Chief replied, not turning toward the observation windows where Tekadan's young leader stood. "You're making him uncomfortable," Cortana continued. "Every lesson you teach about survival is also a reminder that his soldiers are children who shouldn't need these lessons." "They do need them," Chief said. "That's not changing. But pretending otherwise gets them killed." "I'm not disagreeing," Cortana replied. "I'm saying Orga sees you as a living critique of his leadership. That's going to cause friction." "It already has," Chief observed. The previous night, Orga Itsuka had cornered Chief in the ammunition storage, one of the few places in the compound with enough privacy for difficult conversations. "I need to know what you want," Orga had said, his 18-year-old face trying to project authority that his eyes betrayed he didn't feel. "You've been here 3 weeks. You've trained my people. You've eaten our food. You've used our resources. But you haven't told me what you're getting from this arrangement." Chief had considered the question carefully, Orga deserved honesty, even if honesty was uncomfortable. "I don't want anything from you," Chief had replied. "I'm here because you shouldn't have to be." "Shouldn't have to be what?" "Soldiers," Chief said simply. "You're 16. Your squad's average age is 14. In my universe, children that age are in school, not operating military hardware. The fact that this seems normal here, that concerns me." Orga's expression had hardened. "We don't have the luxury of your concerns, Chief. We fight or we starve. We win or we die. That's the reality. Whatever universe you came from, it's not this one." "I know," Chief had acknowledged. "But maybe I can make this one slightly less fatal. That seems worth the effort." "And when you find a way back to your universe," Orga had challenged, "when you leave and we're still here, still fighting, still bleeding, what then? We'll have learned your tactics, gotten dependent on your support, and then we'll be alone again. That's not help. That's setting us up for worse failure." Chief hadn't had a good answer then. Still didn't now. "Chief?" Akihiro's voice pulled him back to the present. "Can I ask you something?" "Go ahead." "You've fought in a war before, right? A real one?" "Yes." "Did your side win?" Chief was quiet for a moment. "We survived. That's not always the same thing as winning." Akihiro processed this, his hands continuing to work the reactor coupling with the patient's Chief had just taught him. "The other guys, the ones you fought, were they stronger than you?" "Some of them were," Chief admitted. "The Covenant had better technology in many areas, more ships, more soldiers. They'd been fighting for thousands of years before humanity even knew they existed. But you beat them anyway." "We held the line," Chief corrected. "We survived long enough to find tactical advantages, long enough to adapt, long enough to matter." "That's what Orga says too," Akihiro noted, "that we just need to survive long enough to build something better, to get to a place where we're not disposable anymore." "Orga's smart," Chief said. "That's a good goal." "But you don't think we'll make it," Akihiro observed, his voice flat and accepting in the way children sounded when they'd already made peace with probable death. Chief met the teenager's eyes. "I think you've got better odds with training than without it. That's why I'm here." It wasn't optimism, wasn't reassurance, but it was honest. And Akihiro seemed to appreciate that more than false comfort. "Okay," Akihiro said, "then teach me more, whatever gives us better odds." Movement at the hangar entrance. Mikazuki August entered, moving with the economical grace of someone who'd learned early that wasted motion was wasted energy. He was 16, but looked younger. Slim build, dead eyes, the kind of face that would be handsome if it ever learned expressions beyond flat assessment. "Orga wants you," Mikazuki said to Chief. "Not a request, just information." "Acknowledged," Chief replied. To Akihiro, "Continue the maintenance drill. 40 repetitions. I'll check your work later." He followed Mikazuki through the compound, noting the way other Tekkadan members reacted to his presence. Some nodded respectfully, others avoided eye contact. A few, mostly the youngest, watched him with something approaching hope, like he was a solution to problems they couldn't articulate. That worried Chief more than hostility would have. "You move quiet," Mikazuki observed as they walked, "for someone in armor that heavy." "Practice," Chief replied. "How long did it take to learn that?" "Years, most of my childhood." Mikazuki considered this. "You started young." It wasn't a question. Chief answered anyway. 6 years old. Conscripted into a program that turned children into soldiers. They called it necessary. Said we were saving humanity. "Were you?" Eventually, Chief said, but that didn't make the process right. They walked in silence for a few more steps. Then Mikazuki spoke again, his voice carrying something that might have been curiosity if it had more emotion behind it. Do you regret it? Becoming what you are? Chief thought about Dr. Halsey, about the other Spartan 2s who hadn't survived the augmentations, about 30 years of warfare that had turned him into the UNSC's most effective weapon and most tragic success. I regret that it was necessary, Chief said carefully. I don't regret that I was capable when needed. That's not the same thing. No, Chief agreed. It's not. Mikazuki stopped walking, turning to face Chief directly. His dead eyes studied MJOLNIR armor with the assessment of someone evaluating a tool's utility. Orga thinks you're here to save us, Mikazuki said. Kudal thinks you're using us for something. Akihiro thinks you're going to teach us to be like you. He paused. Now, what do you think you're here for? Chief met the teenager's gaze, saw something in those dead eyes that he recognized from every mirror he'd looked into for 3 decades. The expression of someone who'd become a weapon and was trying to remember what being human felt like. I think I'm here to make sure you don't have to become what I am, Chief said honestly, because nobody should have to pay that price. And if we want to? Mikazuki asked. If becoming weapons is what keeps us alive in this universe, would you still try to stop us? Chief didn't have a good answer. Mikazuki seemed to expect that, nodding slightly like Chief's silence confirmed something he'd already suspected. They reached Tekadon's command center, a converted CGS office that still smelled like cheap metal and cheaper decisions. Orga stood at a holographic display showing Mars's industrial zones, his posture carrying the weight of leadership that 18-year-olds shouldn't have to bear. Chief, Orga said without turning around, we've got a job offer, transport contract, haul cargo from Chrysa to Noachis, simple work, good pay. What's the cargo? Chief asked. Does it matter? Orga replied, finally turning to face him. We're not in a position to be selective about contracts. It matters if the cargo makes you targets, Chief said. What are you transporting? Orga's jaw tightened. Agricultural equipment, farming machinery, perfectly legal. And the client? Martian Union representatives, they're paying triple standard rates. Because standard carriers won't take the job, Chief concluded, which means either the route's compromised or the cargo isn't what they're claiming. Probably both. We need the money, Orga said, his voice hardening. We've got 63 people to feed, equipment to maintain, fuel to buy. Your training is useful, Chief, but it doesn't pay rent. This job does. Chief studied the holographic display, analyzing the proposed route with tactical instincts that had kept him alive through 30 years of warfare. The path crosses 3 Gjallarhorn patrol zones. That's not coincidence. Someone wants you intercepted. Then we'll fight through it, Orga replied. We've got Barbados now. We've got your tactics. We can handle Gjallarhorn patrols. Can you handle the aftermath? Chief challenged. Gjallarhorn doesn't forget. You hit their patrols, they hit your supply lines, your water contracts, your fuel suppliers. This isn't just about winning the fight, it's about surviving what comes after. And what would you have us do? Orga demanded, frustration bleeding through his carefully maintained leadership facade. Turn down paying work? Let our people starve because the job might be dangerous? That's not survival, Chief. That's just slower death. I'd have you gather more intelligence, Chief replied. Understand what you're actually transporting. Who wants you to transport it? Who benefits if you succeed and who benefits if you fail? Information wins wars more reliably than firepower. We don't have time for intelligence gathering, Orga said. The client's deadline is 48 hours. We take the job or someone else does. Then someone else should, Chief said flatly, because this job smells like a setup. Man walking into traps gets people killed. The room went silent. Tekadon's senior members, Orga, Mikazuki, Eugene Sevenstark, Norba Shino, all present, all watching the confrontation between their leader and the armored stranger who'd been teaching them to survive. "You don't give orders here," Orga said quietly, and everyone in the room felt the temperature drop. "You're a consultant, an advisor. You teach tactics, and I appreciate that. But I lead Tekadon. I make the strategic decisions, and I'm deciding we take this job." Chief considered his options. He could argue further, could present more tactical concerns, could detail exactly how jobs like this went wrong and how many wouldn't come back. But Orga wasn't wrong about the fundamental problem. Tekadon needed money, needed to prove they could handle dangerous contracts. They needed to build a reputation that would lead to better opportunities. And Chief recognized with uncomfortable clarity that he'd been in Orga's position before. Young commander, limited resources, forced to choose between dangerous action and slow collapse. "Understood," Chief said finally, "but I'm coming with you. If this goes wrong, you'll need someone who survived ambushes before." "Cortana," Chief subvocalized through his helmet's internal comm. "Start gathering intelligence on the Martian Union representatives, financial records, known associates, any connection to Gjallarhorn or rival PMCs. I want to know who's setting us up before we walk into it." "Already working on it," Cortana replied. "Chief, their network security is terrible. I've been inside their system since Orga mentioned the contract. And you're right to be suspicious. The Martian Union rep who offered this job has encrypted communications with someone in Gjallarhorn's Economic Warfare Division. This isn't a transport job. This is bait." "Can you prove it?" Chief asked. "Not in 48 hours, Cortana admitted. "The evidence trail is deliberately obfuscated. I'd need weeks to build a prosecutable case. But tactically, this is absolutely a trap designed to make Tekadon commit forces that can then be legally eliminated under corporate security law." "Tell me something I don't know," Chief muttered. "The cargo is actually agricultural equipment," Cortana said. "That part's legitimate, but it's destined for a settlement that's 3 weeks behind on protection payments to Gjallarhorn. This whole operation is designed to make an example. Tekadon gets destroyed defending illegal cargo, and the settlement gets cut off from future aid. 2 problems solved with 1 ambush." Chief processed this. "How many mobile suits in the ambush force?" "Unknown, but based on Gjallarhorn deployment patterns for this level of operation, at least 6, possibly 12 if they're committing to making it thorough. 6 to 12 Greys mobile suits against Tekadon's 1 Gundam and assorted mobile workers. The numbers were terrible, and the tactical situation was worse. They'd be escorting slow cargo haulers through terrain that favored ambush positions. "We need force multipliers," Chief said quietly. "Or we need to not take this job," Cortana replied. "Chief, you can't save everyone. Sometimes the tactical answer is accepting that some fights aren't worth taking." "These are children," Chief said. "They shouldn't have to make these choices." "But they do," Cortana countered gently. "Because we're not in our universe anymore, and here, children with guns are so normal that nobody even questions it. You can teach them to survive. You can improve their odds. but you can't change what they fundamentally are. Desperate people making desperate choices. Chief knew she was right, hated that she was right. Start planning defensive protocols, Chief ordered. Assume ambush, assume superior numbers, build contingencies for retreat and casualty extraction. And Cortana, yes? Find me a way to minimize how many of them die doing this. That's what I've been doing since we arrived, Cortana replied. But Chief, I need you to understand something. The best case scenario is most of them survive. Not all. Most. That's as good as it gets in this universe. Chief stood in Tekadon's command center, surrounded by children playing soldier, and felt the weight of impossible responsibility settle across his shoulders like armor he couldn't remove. Outside, Mars turned under its distant sun. Inside, child soldiers prepared for a mission that was designed to kill them, and Master Chief Petty Officer John 117, veteran of 30 years of warfare against extinction-level threats, prepared to teach orphans how to survive an ambush in a universe where survival was never the point, just the unexpected byproduct of being too stubborn to die quietly. Mikazuki approached Chief before the briefing ended. When this goes wrong, the teenager said, his flat affect making the statement sound like a weather prediction. Will your armor protect you? Usually, Chief replied. Good, Mikazuki said, because I'm going to be busy protecting Orga. It'd be inconvenient if you died. It wasn't sentiment, wasn't concern, just tactical assessment from someone who'd learned to see humans as resources to be preserved or expended based on utility. Chief recognized the mindset, had lived it for decades, and for the first time since arriving in this universe, he wondered if teaching survival to children who thought like weapons was mercy or just extended cruelty. Don't die either, Chief said. Mikazuki's dead eyes flickered with something that might have been amusement. I'll try, but no promises. Promises are for people with futures. He walked away, leaving Chief to contemplate the fundamental tragedy of the iron-blooded orphans. They'd survive as long as they were useful, and the moment they weren't, the universe would discard them without ceremony or regret. And Chief, standing in armor that had been built by a civilization that did the same thing to its children, with better PR and worse honesty, knew exactly how that story ended, because he was still living it. Cortana's digital consciousness existed in a space that had no physical dimension, pure information processing at speeds that made human thought seem geological. In the 72 hours since arriving in the iron-blooded orphans universe, she'd infiltrated 47% of Mars's publicly accessible networks and 16% of the secured military infrastructure. What she found disturbed her more than the Covenant's religious zealotry ever had, because zealotry at least was honest about its intentions. Chief, Cortana said through their private channel while he was conducting weapons maintenance with Tekadon's armory crew, I need to show you something when you have a moment, privately. How urgent, Chief subvocalized. Continuing to demonstrate proper cleaning technique for a 120mm smoothbore cannon that had accumulated enough carbon scoring to compromise its accuracy. Not immediate, but philosophically significant. I'm having reactions to this universe's information architecture that I didn't anticipate. Chief heard the careful phrasing. Cortana didn't get unsettled easily. The fact that she was choosing her words meant whatever she'd discovered had challenged assumptions she'd thought were foundational. 20 minutes, Chief confirmed. Meet you in the communications room. He finished the maintenance demonstration, showing Akihiro and two others how to properly inspect barrel rifling for stress fractures, and made his way to Tekadon's communication center. It was a converted storage room that smelled like ozone and contained networking equipment that predated the Calamity War by enough years that its continued functionality was more wishful thinking than engineering. Chief activated the room's security protocols, physical lock, signal dampening, the basic tradecraft of someone who'd spent decades operating in hostile territory. Then he removed his helmet, placing it on the makeshift desk where Cortana's holographic avatar materialized. She looked tired. That shouldn't be possible. AIs didn't get tired. They experienced processor strain, yes, and eventually rampancy, but not fatigue in the way biological entities did. Yet Cortana's avatar, usually sharp and precise, had something in its posture that suggested exhaustion beyond computational metrics. "Show me," Chief said. So Cortana pulled up holographic displays that filled the cramped room with cascading data. Financial records, deployment logs, labor statistics, medical reports. The accumulated bureaucracy of systematic oppression rendered in clean, professional formatting. "I've been mapping Gjallarhorn's economic control mechanisms," Cortana began, "trying to understand how they maintain power over the colonies without constant military presence and, Chief..." She paused, and her avatar's expression shifted to something approaching horror. "They've gamified exploitation." She expanded one data stream, labor productivity metrics from Dort Colony's industrial complexes. Children as young as 10 listed as probationary employees, working 16-hour shifts in zero-gravity manufacturing. The injury rates expressed as percentages acceptable for high-risk labor pools. Compensation calculated to provide exactly enough subsistence to prevent rebellion but insufficient to enable escape. "This is the Dort Worker Database," Cortana explained. 200,000 laborers, 47% under 18, average life expectancy, 38 years, and it's all legal, documented, regulated by labor laws that were written specifically to allow this. "The Covenant glassed planets," Chief observed quietly. "This is slower but equally effective." "That's what disturbs me," Cortana replied. "The Covenant's genocide was motivated by religious delusion. It was evil, but it was honest evil. They believed they were achieving transcendence. This," she gestured at the data, "this is evil as economic optimization. They've calculated exactly how much suffering produces maximum profit, and they've institutionalized it." She pulled up another data set, mobile suit deployment logs from Gjallarhorn's Mars division. "Look at this. Gjallarhorn has enough military force to completely pacify Mars. They could eliminate every PMC, every resistance cell, every hint of organized opposition within a week. But they don't, because controlled opposition is more profitable than peace." Chief studied the deployment patterns, seeing the gaps that any competent military strategist would have closed. "They're maintaining artificial conflict." "Exactly," Cortana confirmed. "They allow groups like Tekadon to exist because PMCs fighting each other creates demand for Gjallarhorn peacekeeping services. They allow colonial independence movements because suppressing them justifies their military budgets. It's perpetual warfare by design, and the casualties are a feature, not a bug." "We've seen authoritarian governments before," Chief said. "Oni operated plenty of morally questionable programs. Section 3 ran assassinations, coups, biological weapons research. "This is different," Cortana interrupted. "Oni's crimes were committed in service of species survival against an extinction threat. These crimes are committed for quarterly profit reports. Chief, I found the actuarial tables. Gjallarhorn's financial division literally calculates the monetary value of colonial lives based on projected labor output versus resource consumption. They have spreadsheets that determine whether it's more cost-effective to provide medical care or replace workers." She pulled up the documents: clean corporate letterhead, professional formatting, charts and graphs that reduced human suffering to resource allocation problems. A DORT worker costs an average of 14,000 credits to replace. Recruitment, minimal training, basic equipment. Medical treatment for industrial injuries averages 22,000 credits. So company policy is to let injured workers die and hire replacements. It's mathematically incentivized negligent homicide. Chief was silent for a long moment, processing what Cortana was showing him. Through the lens of 30 years of warfare, he'd seen genocide, had watched the Covenant glass reach, had walked through the ashes of colonies where millions had died. But those deaths had been inflicted by aliens who genuinely believed humans were theological abominations. This was humans killing humans because it was 3% more profitable than the alternative. "You said you were having reactions," Chief noted. "Elaborate." Cortana's avatar flickered slightly, a visual manifestation of processing uncertainty. "I'm an AI designed for warfare. I've calculated acceptable casualties. I've recommended strategies that traded lives for strategic objectives. But those calculations were always in service of survival. Humanity's survival against the Covenant. Here I'm seeing the same calculations, performed in service of profit margins." She paused, choosing words carefully. "See, and it's making me question whether my own tactical recommendations, the ones I've been making for years, were ethically different or just wrapped in better justifications." "They were different," Chief said firmly. "We fought for survival. They're fighting for control." "Are you certain?" Cortana challenged. "Chief, I'm reading ONI's historical records right now, the classified ones in my databanks. Operation Trebuchet, the suppression of colonial independence movements before the Covenant War. We, humanity, was doing exactly what Gjallarhorn does now, maintaining control through economic pressure and selective military intervention. The Covenant's arrival interrupted that pattern, but without the external threat, would we have stopped?" Chief didn't have a good answer. "The Spartan 2 program," Cortana continued relentlessly. "The conscripted children modified them against their will and turned them into weapons. The rationalization was humanity's survival. But the program predated the Covenant War. It was designed to suppress colonial rebellions. You were created to fight other humans, Chief. The Covenant was just the enemy you got redirected toward." "I'm aware," Chief said quietly. "Then you understand why this universe disturbs me?" Cortana replied. "Because it's showing me what humanity looks like when there's no external threat to unify against, when we're left to our own devices, and the answer is this. Systematic exploitation of children, weaponization of desperation, suffering calculated down to the credit." She pulled up one final document, a Gjallarhorn strategic planning memo marked with security classifications that she'd cracked within minutes. This is from last month. Gjallarhorn's Economic Warfare Division discussing optimal labor pool maintenance strategies for the Mars sphere. Quote, "Recommend maintaining current caloric ratios for labor populations. Increased nutrition reduces compliance and creates expectation of improved conditions. Current subsistence levels produce maximum productivity with minimal administrative burden. She highlighted another section. And this, Alaya Vijnana surgical procedures should remain minimally regulated. High complication rates serve as natural selection mechanism while maintaining desperate volunteer pool. Gjallarhorn Medical Services can capitalize on corrective procedures post-PMC contract completion. They're deliberately keeping the system broken, Chief realized. Not broken, Cortana corrected. Optimized. For their purposes, this system works perfectly. Child soldiers exist because educated children demand better futures. Desperate PMCs exist because stable employment reduces military recruitment. Colonies stay poor because prosperity creates independence. Every tragedy we see, it's not system failure, it's system success. Chief leaned against the wall, feeling the weight of MJOLNIR armor and the heavier weight of understanding. What do you recommend? Tactically, Cortana pulled up strategic overlays. We can't fight this militarily. Gjallarhorn has overwhelming force. We can't fight it economically. We have zero capital base. Traditional insurgency won't work because they're designed to profit from insurgency, so we fight it informationally. She expanded her display, showing network infiltration maps that spread across Mars like neural pathways. I've spent 72 hours building backdoors into colonial information networks, news services, financial systems, internal corporate communications. I can't shut down Gjallarhorn. They're too redundant, too distributed, but I can expose them. I can make their efficient cruelty visible to populations that have been conditioned to accept it as normal. Information warfare, Chief said. Narrative disruption, Cortana corrected. Gjallarhorn rules through the illusion that their system is inevitable. That exploitation is natural market forces. That child soldiers are unfortunate necessity. I can break that illusion. I can show people that every tragedy they're experiencing is designed, calculated, profitable. And then what? Chief challenged. People get angry. Maybe they protest. Gjallarhorn responds with economic sanctions or selective military action. More people suffer. How is that better? Because right now they suffer thinking it's their fault, Cortana replied. They think they're not working hard enough, not competitive enough, not valuable enough. Breaking that psychological control, showing them their suffering is imposed, not inherent. That's the first step toward systemic change. First step toward revolution, Chief corrected, which means violence, which means casualties. We'd be triggering conflict that kills people who are currently surviving. Surviving isn't living, Cortana said quietly. Chief, I've read the medical data. Average DORT worker life expectancy is 38. They're not surviving. They're dying slowly while producing value for people who'll never know their names. At some point, if violent resistance becomes self-defense. Chief understood her logic, had made similar calculations during the war, but there was a difference between fighting aliens who wanted humanity extinct and encouraging humans to fight each other in hope of eventual systemic improvement. How certain are you that this works? Chief asked. That information warfare actually produces positive change instead of just more efficient oppression? Cortana's avatar flickered again. I'm not. I've run 17,000 simulations based on historical revolutionary movements, economic modeling, and Gjallarhorn response patterns. 73% result in increased short-term suffering before any systemic improvement. 41% result in Gjallarhorn successfully suppressing the movement and implementing harsher controls. Only 12% achieve meaningful liberation without catastrophic casualties. "Those are terrible odds," Chief observed. "They're better than the current trajectory," Cortana countered. "Chief, I've modeled what happens if the system continues unchanged. Within 30 years, Mars's labor population becomes unsustainable, too damaged, too depleted, too desperate. Gjallarhorn's response will be automation and systematic population reduction. They'll engineer a famine or a plague, call it market forces, and replace biological workers with machines. The current generation of child soldiers, they're not building toward a future. They're being consumed until they're no longer useful." Chief processed this. 30 years, one generation. Children like Mikazuki and Akihiro grown into adults who'd lived their entire lives as expendable resources, only to be discarded when cheaper alternatives became available. "Show me the 12%, Chief said. Cortana pulled up the simulation data, complex models that track thousands of variables across decades of projected outcomes. The successful scenarios all share three characteristics: decentralized resistance that Gjallarhorn can't eliminate with single operations, economic alternatives that reduce dependency on their systems, and sustained information pressure that prevents them from controlling the narrative. She highlighted key factors. We can provide the first, teaching Tekkadan and similar groups to operate independently reduces Gjallarhorn's ability to inflict concentrated punishment. The second is harder. Building alternative economies requires resources we don't have. But the third, her avatar smiled slightly, the third is entirely within my capabilities. You want to wage information warfare while I teach tactical survival, Chief summarized. I want to wage information warfare supported by your tactical survival training, Cortana corrected. Every time Tekkadan survives an engagement they shouldn't, every time they protect civilians Gjallarhorn abandons, every time they prove competence without requiring Gjallarhorn approval, that's data, that's proof, that's narrative ammunition I can weaponize. You want to make them symbols, Chief realized. I want to make them examples, Cortana clarified, not propaganda, truth. Gjallarhorn says child soldiers are necessary because civilians can't protect themselves. Tekkadan surviving and protecting others proves that's a lie. Gjallarhorn says their system is efficient. I show how that efficiency is measured in children's corpses. They say there's no alternative. Every day Tekkadan exists outside their control demonstrates otherwise. Chief considered the strategy. It was ambitious, risky, would paint targets on everyone involved. But it was also the kind of asymmetric warfare that actually worked against superior forces. You didn't defeat their military, you defeated their legitimacy. Orga won't like it, Chief said. He's trying to build Tekkadan into a legitimate PMC. Being symbols of resistance works against that goal. Orga's goal is impossible, Cortana replied bluntly. There's no path from disposable child soldiers to legitimate military contractor that doesn't involve either complete submission to Gjallarhorn's system or revolutionary rejection of it. He's trying to find a middle path that doesn't exist. Then we need to show him that, Chief said, carefully, without destroying the hope that's keeping them functional. Agreed, Cortana said. Which brings me back to the immediate problem, this transport job they're about to accept. It's a trap, but it's also an opportunity. If we handle it correctly, if we turn Gjallarhorn's ambush into a visible failure, that's the first piece of evidence. That's me showing Mars that organized resistance can work. If we survive, Chief noted. When we survive, Cortana corrected. Chief, I've analyzed your combat performance for 30 years. Your survival rate in situations you should have died in is statistically impossible. Whatever combination of skill, augmentation, and sheer stubborn refusal to die that you possess, I'm counting on it. That's not a plan, Chief said. That's faith in luck. It's faith in you, Cortana replied, which is considerably more reliable. Now, about the tactical setup for this ambush. She pulled up terrain maps, Gjallarhorn deployment patterns, and communication intercepts. They spent the next 2 hours planning how to survive an ambush designed to kill them, how to protect children who shouldn't be soldiers, and how to turn a massacre into propaganda that might eventually break the system that created the massacre in the first place. It was grim work, necessary work, the kind of strategic planning that required accepting some people would die so that marginally fewer people died in the future. Chief had done it for 30 years, didn't make it any easier. As the planning session concluded, Cortana's avatar adopted an expression Chief had learned to recognize, her "I need to say something difficult" face. Chief, there's one more thing, about Mikazuki. What about him? I've been monitoring his neural patterns when he's near you. He's studying you, not learning from you, studying, like he's trying to understand how you function so he can replicate it. He's a soldier, Chief said. That's standard tactical observation. No, Cortana insisted. It's more than that. Chief, Mikazuki's psychological profile is almost identical to yours at that age. Emotionally muted, hyper-competent in combat, a difficulty processing non-mission critical social interactions. He's been traumatized and conditioned into being a weapon. And he's watching you to see what that looks like at 30 years instead of 16. That's concerning, Chief admitted. It's worse than concerning, Cortana said, because you're not exactly a healthy model of adult development. You're functional, yes, effective. But Chief, you've spent 3 decades being the weapon Oni needed. You've got maybe 4 people in the entire universe you connect with as human instead of mission assets. And one of them is an AI who's probably going to go rampant within the next few years. Your point? Chief asked, though he knew what she was going to say. My point is that if Mikazuki successfully becomes what you are, if he achieves that level of emotional disconnect combined with tactical excellence, he'll survive longer than his peers. But he'll also lose whatever's left of his humanity in the process. Is that victory? Is that what you want to teach him? Chief didn't have a good answer. I need to think about this, he said finally. Think fast, Cortana advised, because we're rolling out on that transport job in 20 hours, and Mikazuki's going to be watching you the entire time, learning, adapting, becoming. She paused, and her avatar's expression softened slightly. Chief, I'm not saying don't train him. I'm saying be careful what you teach, because in this universe, survival skills and humanity might be mutually exclusive. Noted, Chief said. Cortana's avatar dissolved, leaving Chief alone in the communications room with terrain maps and casualty projections and the knowledge that he was about to lead children into an ambush, while an AI who might be developing a conscience waged invisible war against a system that had optimized exploitation down to the credit. 30 years of warfare against aliens bent on genocide, and somehow teaching orphaned child soldiers to survive their own species felt harder. Chief put his helmet back on, feeling the familiar weight of MJOLNIR armor, and made his way back to the training yard. He had 20 hours to teach Tekkadan how to survive an ambush. That would have to be enough. The Gundam Barbatos stood in Tekkadan's maintenance hangar like a monument to violence waiting to be activated. 20 meters of pre-Calamity War engineering, its white and blue armor plates scarred from centuries of storage and recent awakening. The mobile suit's design was brutal in its efficiency. No wasted curves, no aesthetic considerations beyond the basic geometry of killing. Chief stood at the base of the Gundam's feet, studying the Alaya Vijnana connection ports that ran along its cockpit entry. The technology was crude by UNSC standards. Direct neural interface achieved through invasive surgery and mechanical connections that looked more like industrial equipment than medical devices. It's beautiful, isn't it? The voice belonged to Nadi Yukinojo Kasapa, Tekkadan's chief mechanic, a man in his 40s with the weary competence of someone who'd kept CGS equipment running through sheer stubbornness and improvisation. "It's functional," Chief replied, his external speakers converting the assessment into something that sounded almost like compliment. "High praise from someone who wears a walking tank," Nadi observed, moving to stand beside Chief. "You've been staring at the Alaya Vijnana ports for 10 minutes, curious about the technology." "Concerned about it," Chief corrected. "Neural interface systems are high risk even with proper medical support. These look like they were designed for disposable operators." Nadi's expression darkened. "That's because they were. The Alaya Vijnana was battlefield technology during the Calamity War. Fast training, enhanced reaction times, minimal survival requirements. You jacked in, you fought, you probably died. The ones who lived long enough for the side effects to matter weren't the design priority." "Side effects," Chief repeated, his tone making it a demand for elaboration. "Paralysis, usually," Nadi said, pulling up diagnostic data on a battered tablet. "The system works by directly connecting the pilot's nervous system to the mobile suit's control interface. Every time they use it, there's incremental nerve damage. Starts with extremities, fingers, toes, progresses to major motor control. Most Alaya Vijnana users from the Calamity War ended up wheelchair-bound by their mid-20s if they lived that long." "And you installed this system into a 16-year-old, Chief said, not quite making it a question. "Mikazuki volunteered," Nadi replied defensively. "He insisted on it, said we needed Barbatos functional, and he was the only one willing to pay the price. What was I supposed to do? Tell him no? Let Tekkadan get wiped out because we had a Gundam we couldn't operate?" "You could have warned him more clearly about the consequences," Chief observed. "I did warn him," Nadi insisted. "I showed him medical records, explained the progression, detailed every stage of neurological deterioration he could expect. You know what he said?" "What?" "That's fine. I don't need to live long. I just need to live long enough." Nadi's voice carried bitter resignation. "That's what passes for informed consent in this universe, Chief. You children calculating how long their bodies will stay functional before accepting modifications that will cripple them." Chief studied the Alaya Vijnana ports with the clinical assessment of someone who understood body modification at a molecular level. The Spartan 2 augmentation process had been comprehensive: skeletal reinforcement, muscle enhancement, neural processing improvement. 30 years later, he was still functional, still effective, but the program's mortality rate had been over 50%. and the survivors carried modifications that isolated them from normal human experience as surely as any Alaya Vijnana system. "Can I examine the interface?" Chief asked. "Be my guest," Nadi replied, gesturing toward the access ladder. "Fair warning, it's not pretty." The CGS techs who installed it weren't exactly concerned with medical best practices. Chief climbed into Barbados's cockpit, his armor's servo motors making the ascent effortless despite the suit's weight. The interior was cramped, designed for unarmored pilots, barely accommodating MJOLNIR's bulk. He activated his helmet's enhanced optics, studying the neural interface connections with attention that would have made Dr. Halsey proud. The technology was brutal. 3 primary connection points, base of skull, both shoulders, supplementary connections along the spine. All of it achieved through surgical implants that had been installed with efficiency, prioritized over safety. "Cortana," Chief subvocalized. "Analysis." "Scanning now," Cortana replied, her processing power flooding through Barbados's systems via proximity connection. "Chief, this is actually impressive in a horrifying way. The neural bandwidth is substantially higher than our standard neural interfaces. They've achieved direct motor control mapping. The pilot's neurons literally think they are the mobile suit." "At what cost?" "Catastrophic," Cortana confirmed. "Every activation session causes micro-trauma to the nervous system. I'm reading Mikazuki's medical data from the implant procedure. Nadi wasn't exaggerating. This kid has maybe 5 years of functionality before major motor control degradation. 10 years maximum before complete paralysis. And that's if he uses the system moderately. Heavy combat usage accelerates the timeline significantly." "Can we modify it?" Chief asked. "Reduce the damage rate?" "Not without complete redesign," Cortana said. "The neural damage isn't a flaw. It's inherent to how the system works. You're pushing human neural architecture beyond its design specifications. The body breaks down. That's physics, not poor engineering." Chief climbed back down the access ladder, finding Nadi waiting with an expression that suggested he knew the conversation hadn't gone well. "It's worse than I thought," Chief said. "It usually is," Nadi agreed, "but it's also better than the alternative. Without Barbados, Tekadon can't take contracts that pay enough to sustain the group. Without the Alaya Vijnana, we can't operate Barbados effectively. And without Mikazuki willing to accept the cost, we're just another failing PMC, waiting for Gjallarhorn to eliminate us during routine operations." "There has to be another way," Chief insisted. Then tell me what it is," Nadi challenged, "because I've been maintaining mobile suits for 20 years, and I haven't found any alternatives that don't involve either massive capital investment we don't have, or accepting casualties we can't afford. This universe doesn't offer good choices, Chief. Just terrible ones and slightly less terrible ones." Movement at the hangar entrance. Mikazuki entered, moving with that economical grace that made him look like he was conserving energy even while walking. He was wearing a maintenance jumpsuit rather than pilot gear, but the 3 circular scars at the base of his skull and both shoulders were visible. Fresh surgical sites from the Alaya Vijnana installation 2 weeks prior. "Is something wrong with Barbados?" Mikazuki asked, his flat affect making the question sound like curiosity rather than concern. "No," Chief replied. "I was examining the Alaya Vijnana system, understanding how it works." "It works fine," Mikazuki said. "Better than fine. When I'm jacked in, the Gundam feels like my body, like I've always had 20 meters of armor and weapons instead of this." He gestured at his slim frame, with something approaching dismissal. "The system's damaging your nervous system," Chief said directly. "Every time you use it, you're trading functionality for combat effectiveness. Eventually, the trade becomes permanent." "I know," Mikazuki replied with the same flat acceptance he used for weather reports. Nadi explained it. "I still want to use it." "Why?" Chief asked. "There are other pilots, other ways to operate the Gundam." "Because I am good at it," Mikazuki said simply. "Better than anyone else would be. And Tekadon needs me to be good at it. That's enough reason." Chief studied the teenager, seeing the same calculation he'd made at 14 when Dr. Halsey explained the augmentation procedure's risks. The same acceptance that some things mattered more than personal survival. "It's not enough reason if it kills you," Chief said. "Everything kills you eventually," Mikazuki replied. "This way I get to choose what I die for. That's more than most people get." The logic was airtight and absolutely horrifying. "Can I ask you something?" Chief said. Mikazuki nodded. "When you use the Alaya Vijnana, when you become the Gundam, do you like it? The feeling of that much power?" Mikazuki considered the question with the same careful attention he gave everything that wasn't immediately tactical. "I don't know if 'like' is the right word. It feels right, like I'm being what I was meant to be. When I'm in Barbados, I'm not weak, I'm not limited, I'm just effective." "That's addiction talking," Cortana interjected through Chief's external speakers, her avatar appearing on a nearby maintenance tablet. The neural interface is flooding his reward centers with dopamine every time he successfully completes combat actions. He's being biochemically conditioned to associate the system with positive feedback. "I don't care," Mikazuki said, looking directly at Cortana's avatar without the fear most people showed when confronting an AI. "If it works, it works. Why does the reason matter?" "Because understanding motivation helps predict behavior," Cortana replied. "And predicting behavior keeps people alive. Mikazuki, you're being neurologically programmed to seek combat scenarios that justify using the Alaya Vijnana. That's going to make you take unnecessary risks." "All our risks are necessary," Mikazuki countered. "We're fighting to survive. Everything we do is necessary, because the alternative is death. Your analysis doesn't change that." Chief recognized the debate was going nowhere. Mikazuki had made his calculation, accepted his price, and wasn't interested in reconsidering based on external moral frameworks. It was frustratingly familiar. "Show me," Chief said suddenly. "Show you what?" Mikazuki asked. "Show me what it's like." "The Alaya Vijnana connection. I want to understand what you're experiencing." Nadi immediately objected. "Chief, that's not possible. The system requires surgical implants. You can't just—" "My armor has neural interface capabilities," Chief interrupted. "Cortana, can you bridge my systems to the Alaya Vijnana without requiring surgical connection?" "Theoretically," Cortana said slowly, processing the implications. "Your MJOLNIR interface already provides direct neural connection. I could potentially route that through Barbados's control systems, creating a temporary bridge. But Chief, the processing architecture is completely different. You'd be experiencing sensory input your brain isn't designed to interpret. It could be disorienting." "I've been disoriented before," Chief said. "Set it up." 20 minutes later, a Chief sat in Barbados's cockpit, with Cortana routing his neural interface through improvised connections that made Nadi visibly nervous. Mikazuki stood on the gantry outside, watching with those dead eyes that carried the first hint of genuine curiosity Chief had seen from him. "Connection established," Cortana announced. "Chief, I'm limiting sensory bandwidth to 20%. Full connection would probably overload your neural architecture. Even at reduced capacity, this is going to be intense. Ready?" "Do it," Chief confirmed. The sensation was immediate and overwhelming. Suddenly, Chief wasn't in a cockpit. He was the cockpit, was the Gundam. His perception expanded outward, encompassing 20 meters of armored frame, weapon systems that felt like limbs, sensor arrays that became new senses he'd never experienced before. He could feel the hangar's concrete floor beneath Barbados's feet, with the same clarity he felt ground through his boots, could sense the structural integrity of the armor plating like it was his own skin. The Gundam's reactor pulsed with rhythm that felt like a second heartbeat, and underlying it all, a seductive whisper of potential, the knowledge that he could move this body with thought alone, that 20 meters of Gundam frame weaponry could respond to intention as directly as his own hand. "Chief, your neural activity is spiking," Cortana warned. Dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine all elevated. The system's reward centers are activating exactly as I predicted. You're experiencing the same conditioning Mikazuki does. Chief forced himself to focus, to separate the sensation from the analysis. This was what Mikazuki experienced every time he jacked in. This feeling of transcendent capability, of being more than human limitations allowed. It was intoxicating. And Chief, with 30 years of discipline and Dr. Halsey's psychological conditioning reinforcing his self-control, still felt the pull, the temptation to let go, to become the weapon fully instead of the human operating it. "Disconnect," Chief ordered. Cortana complied immediately, and the sensation cut off like a severed nerve. Chief was suddenly just a man in armor sitting in a cockpit. His perception collapsed back to merely human scale. The loss felt like mourning. "Chief?" Cortana asked carefully. "You okay?" "I understand now," Chief said quietly. "Why Mikazuki accepts the price. Why he doesn't care about the neurological damage. This system doesn't just enhance combat capability, it makes you feel alive in a way normal human existence can't match." He climbed out of the cockpit, finding Mikazuki still waiting on the gantry. "You felt it," Mikazuki observed, not a question. "Yes." "And you still think I shouldn't use it?" Chief considered his answer carefully. "I think you should use it with full knowledge of what it's doing to you. The system isn't just damaging your nerves, it's changing your neurochemistry, making you need combat scenarios to feel normal. That's how addiction works." "I'm already addicted," Mikazuki replied, "to staying alive, to keeping Orga alive, to making Tekadon work. If the Alaya Vinana helps with that, then the addiction is just another tool. Why does it matter what makes me effective as long as I am effective?" "Because effectiveness without humanity makes you a weapon," Chief said. "Not a person who uses weapons. There's a difference." "Is there?" Mikazuki asked, and his dead eyes studied Chief with renewed intensity. "You've been fighting for 30 years. You wear armor that makes you stronger, faster, tougher than normal humans. You kill efficiently. You don't hesitate. You don't break. What's the difference between you and a weapon that thinks it's a person?" The question hit harder than any combat engagement Chief had survived. "I choose," Chief said finally. "Every battle, every mission, every time I pull a trigger, I'm choosing. The day I stop choosing, the day I'm just following programming, That's the day I become what you're describing. Then I'm the same, Mikazuki said. I choose to use the Alaya Vijnana. I choose to fight. I choose to accept the cost. That makes me a person making choices, not a weapon following programming. Chief wanted to argue, wanted to explain the difference between meaningful choice and constrained choice, between agency and the illusion of agency when all available options were terrible. But he'd made similar arguments to himself for 3 decades and never found satisfying answers. Chief searched for something useful to say. Remember you're human. Even when the system makes you feel like a Gundam, hold on to that. Why? Mikazuki asked with genuine curiosity. Being human is weakness. Being a Gundam is strength. Why would I hold on to the worse option? Because being human means caring about what happens after the fighting stops, Chief replied. Weapons don't need futures, people do. Mikazuki considered this. And you? Do you have a future after the fighting stops? Chief didn't have an answer. Mikazuki nodded slightly, as if Chief's silence confirmed something he'd suspected. That's what I thought. You're teaching me survival tactics, Chief. But you haven't figured out how to survive yourself. Not really. You just keep fighting because that's what weapons do. The teenager walked away, leaving Chief standing beside a Gundam that represented everything he'd been trying to protect these children from. The seductive promise of transcendent capability purchased with incremental humanity. He's not wrong, Cortana said quietly. Chief, well, when was the last time you thought about what comes after? When the war ends? When you're not needed as a weapon anymore? There's always another war, Chief replied. That's not an answer, Cortana pressed. That's avoidance. Chief, Mikazuki's watching you to see what 30 years of being a weapon looks like. What example are you giving him? Chief looked at his armored hands, MJOLNIR gauntlets that had killed thousands, that had been designed when he was 6 years old and molded to fit as he grew. He'd been wearing this armor, or versions of it, for most of his life. When had he last felt human skin against environmental air? When had he last made a choice that wasn't tactical? When had he last been John instead of Master Chief? I don't know, Chief admitted. Then maybe, Cortana suggested gently, maybe you should figure that out before you teach these kids how to survive. Because survival without purpose is just extended dying, and I think they've had enough of that. Chief stood in Tekadon's maintenance hangar, surrounded by weapons and warriors, and realized that the Alaya Vijnana wasn't the only system that turned people into tools. He'd just been modified earlier, more comprehensively, with better PR about noble sacrifice. Chief, Nadi called from across the hangar, Orga wants everyone in the briefing room. The transport job's been moved up. We roll out in 6 hours. 6 hours until Tekadon walked into an ambush that was designed to kill them. 6 hours to teach children to survive a universe that had calculated their deaths down to the credit. 6 hours to be a weapon pretending to be a person teaching people to be weapons while pretending they had choices. Chief headed toward the briefing room, carrying the weight of MJOLNIR armor and the heavier weight of recognizing himself in every dead-eyed child soldier who'd accepted that effectiveness mattered more than humanity. 30 years of warfare, and he still hadn't learned how to be anything else. The briefing room smelled like recycled air and nervous sweat. Tekadon's senior members crowded around a holographic display table that Cortana had jury-rigged from salvaged CGS equipment. The projection flickered occasionally, but it showed what mattered. The transport route from Krysa to Noakis, 300 kilometers of Martian terrain that crossed industrial zones, abandoned settlements, and too many ambush-favorable locations. Orga stood at the head of the table, his 18-year-old frame trying to project command authority that his exhausted posture undermined. Beside him, Eugene Sevenstark, Tekadon's second-in-command and mobile worker specialist, studied the route with the skepticism of someone who'd survived too many bad contracts to trust good ones. The cargo's agricultural equipment, Orga explained. I'm pulling up manifest data. 18 containers, total weight 400 tons. Clients paying triple standard rates for secure delivery within 48 hours. Triple rates for farm equipment, Eugene observed. That's not suspicious at all. Everything's suspicious, Orga replied. That doesn't change the fact that we need the money. This job pays enough to cover operating expenses for 2 months. We can't afford to turn it down. We also can't afford to get wiped out walking into an obvious trap, Chief said from his position at the back of the room. He'd removed his helmet for the briefing, a calculated gesture of respect that Orga had noticed and not quite acknowledged. You think it's a trap, Orga stated, not quite making it a question. I know it's a trap, Chief corrected. Cortana's intelligence confirms it. The client has encrypted communications with Gjallarhorn's Economic Warfare Division. The delivery destination is 3 weeks behind on protection payments. This job is designed to make an example. We get destroyed defending illegal cargo, and the settlement learns what happens when you don't pay Gjallarhorn. Then we don't take the job, Norbashino suggested. He was Tekadon's enthusiastic optimist, 16 years old, and still believing that good intentions could overcome bad situations. Find a different contract, one that doesn't involve walking into ambushes. There are no different contracts, Orga said flatly. Every job available to a PMC our size involves some level of risk. The high-paying ones involve high risk. That's the market. We either accept dangerous work or we dissolve because we can't afford basic operations. Chief moved to the holographic display, studying the terrain with tactical assessment that had kept him alive through 3 decades of warfare. Show me the most likely ambush points. Cortana highlighted 7 locations along the route: canyon passages, blind corners, areas where the terrain naturally funneled movement into kill zones. Based on Gjallarhorn deployment patterns and standard mobile suit tactics, these are optimal positions. If I were planning the ambush, I'd stage primary forces here. She indicated a canyon 3/4 through the route, and secondary blocking forces here to prevent retreat. How many mobile suits? Eugene asked. Unknown exactly, Cortana admitted. But standard Gjallarhorn response for this operation type would be 6 to 12 Graze units, possibly more if they're committing to thorough elimination. We've got 1 Gundam and 5 mobile workers, Eugene calculated. The numbers aren't favorable. Numbers are never favorable, Mikazuki observed from his position near the door. He'd been silent until now, his flat effect making him easy to overlook until he spoke. We're always outnumbered. That's why we're still alive. We're better at fighting outnumbered than they are at having numbers. That's not tactics, Eugene protested. That's luck. Luck's a resource, Mikazuki replied. Like ammunition or fuel. You manage it carefully, and it lasts longer. Chief recognized the philosophy. It was the same one he'd developed over 30 years of surviving situations that should have killed him. The difference was that Chief's luck was backed by Spartan augmentation, MJOLNIR armor, and 3 decades of experience. Mikazuki's luck was backed by being 16 and too emotionally disconnected to recognize when he should be scared. "We need force multipliers," Chief said, refocusing the discussion. "Ways to make 1 Gundam and 5 mobile workers effective against superior numbers. Cortana, can you provide electronic warfare support?" "Limited," Cortana replied, her avatar appearing on the holographic table. "Gjallarhorn mobile suits use hardened communication systems. I can jam them but not completely disable. I can create communication disruption, feed false targeting data, and maybe blind a few sensor arrays, but I can't shut them down entirely." "That's still an advantage," Chief said. He pulled up the canyon ambush location, rotating the terrain model to study approach vectors. "If they can't coordinate perfectly, they fight as individuals instead of units. We exploit that. Hit fast, create chaos, make them react to us instead of executing their plan." "You're talking about charging into an ambush," Orga said slowly, "instead of avoiding it." "I'm talking about controlling the engagement," Chief corrected. "An ambush works because the attacking force chooses the time, place, and conditions of battle. If we know where they'll be, if we arrive on our terms instead of theirs, we remove their primary advantage." "And replace it with what?" Eugene demanded. "We're still outnumbered, still outgunned. Knowing where they are doesn't change the math." "It changes the psychology," Chief replied. "Ambush forces expect fear, expect retreat, expect prey behavior. When prey becomes predator, when the ambushed force attacks aggressively instead of defending, the psychological advantage shifts. They start making mistakes, start questioning their intelligence, start fighting scared." He'd used the tactic dozens of times against Covenant forces, turning ambushes into counter-ambushes, making hunters into hunted. It required discipline, coordination, and absolute commitment to aggressive action, even when every instinct screamed to retreat. "You want us to attack them," Orga stated, still processing the tactical absurdity. "I want you to survive," Chief corrected. "Attacking is how we do that. Defensive posture against superior numbers is slow death. The offensive action creates opportunities." "Opportunities to die faster," Eugene muttered. "Or to win decisively," Chief countered. "Eugene, I've reviewed your mobile worker operations data. You're good. Better than good. You're excellent at close quarters combat, urban warfare, technical piloting. But you fight like someone who expects to lose. Like survival is the best case scenario. That mentality gets people killed." "That mentality is realistic," Eugene shot back. "We're a third-rate PMC with salvaged equipment, fighting first-rate military forces with unlimited resources. Survival is the best-case scenario." "Then raise your standards," Chief said bluntly. "Stop fighting to survive and start fighting to win. The difference is tactical aggression. The difference is believing you can win before the battle starts. The difference is you've been fighting in power armor that makes you bulletproof," Orga interrupted, his voice carrying an edge now. "We don't have that luxury, Chief. We're in mobile workers that can be disabled by well-placed machine gun fire. We're not Spartans. We're orphans with industrial equipment. Your tactics don't translate." The room went silent. Tekadon's senior members watched the confrontation between their young leader and the armored stranger who'd been teaching them to survive. Chief understood Orga's frustration, understood the resentment that came from having an outsider critique tactics that had been developed through painful trial and error, understood that every suggestion Chief made was also an implicit criticism of what Tekkadan had been doing before his arrival. But understanding didn't change the fundamental reality. Tekkadan was going to walk into an ambush, and without better tactics, most of them wouldn't walk back out. "You're right," Chief said finally. "I have equipment advantages you don't. I have experience you haven't had time to develop. I have augmentations that make me superhuman. All of that's true. But it doesn't change the tactical principles. Aggression creates opportunities. Defensive posture against superior forces is defeat in slow motion. That works whether you're in MJOLNIR armor or a mobile worker." He moved to the holographic display, pulling up the ambush canyon. "Here's what I'm proposing. We split forces. Mikazuki and Barbatos goes through the canyon first. Visible, obvious, drawing their attention. The rest of the mobile workers take an alternate route." He traced a path through rougher terrain that mobile suits would struggle with, and hit the ambush force from behind while they're focused on Barbatos. "You want to use me as bait," Mikazuki observed, not objecting, just clarifying. "I want to use Barbatos as the visible threat," Chief corrected. "They're expecting a convoy, they're expecting defensive positioning. They're not expecting a Gundam to charge their position before the convoy arrives. That surprise buys us maybe 30 seconds of chaos. Your mobile workers use those 30 seconds to get into flanking positions." "And you?" Orga asked. "Where do you fit in this plan?" "I'm with Mikazuki," Chief said. "MJOLNIR armor can handle mobile suit combat. I'll provide fire support, a coordinate with Cortana for electronic warfare, and extract Mikazuki if Barbatos gets disabled. 1 Gundam and 1 Spartan against 6 to 12 mobile suits," Eugene calculated. "Those odds are still terrible." "They're better than they were 5 minutes ago," Chief replied, "and they get better with every tactical advantage we create. Cortana's electronic warfare disrupts their coordination. Surprise assault disrupts their psychological advantage. Flanking attack disrupts their formation. We stack enough disruptions and suddenly we're not fighting a coordinated military force. We're fighting confused individuals who aren't sure what's happening." Orga studied the tactical display, his young face cycling through calculations that had nothing to do with mathematics and everything to do with weighing lives against probabilities. Finally, he looked at Mikazuki. "What do you think?" Orga asked. Mikazuki considered the question with his characteristic emotional distance. "Chief's plan gives us better odds than standard convoy defense. If the ambush happens anyway, and it will, I'd rather fight it on our terms than theirs." "That's not exactly a ringing endorsement," Eugene muttered. "It's Mika's version of one," Orga replied. He took a breath, making the decision that leadership required even when all options were terrible. "Okay, we do it Chief's way. Modified assault instead of defensive convoy. Mika and Chief go first, mobile workers flank. We turn their ambush into our counter-ambush." "And the cargo?" Shino asked. "The agricultural equipment we're supposedly transporting?" "We transport it after we survive," Orga said. "If the ambush force is neutralized, we complete the delivery. If not, the client will understand why we failed." "The client set us up to fail," Chief reminded him. "They're not going to be understanding." "Then we'll have a different conversation with them after this is over," Orga said. And something in his voice suggested that conversation would involve weapons. "But first, we survive. That's always first." The briefing continued for another hour. Detailed coordination, communication protocols, contingency plans for when everything went wrong. Chief insisted on multiple rehearsals of the flanking maneuver, making the mobile worker pilots practice until they could execute the approach in their sleep. "One more thing," Chief said as the briefing was concluding. "Rules of engagement. We disable enemy mobile suits when possible. Kill only when necessary. Extract pilots from disabled suits if tactical situation allows. Understood?" "Why?" Eugene asked. "They're trying to kill us. Why do we worry about extracting them?" "Because killing should be last resort, not default response," Chief replied. "And because leaving witnesses who can testify that Tekkadan fights honorably, that's strategic value. Gjallarhorn controls the narrative. Every pilot we spare is potential evidence that we're not the terrorists they'll claim we are." "That's assuming they'll testify honestly," Eugene observed skeptically. "They will if Cortana has their combat recorder data, showing we spared them when we didn't have to," Chief said. "Documentation beats testimony. We collect evidence every engagement. Build a case that Tekkadan operates ethically even when opponents don't." "You're thinking long-term," Orga realized. "Someone has to," Chief replied. "Tactical victories don't matter if you lose the strategic narrative. Gjallarhorn wants to paint you as disposable criminals. We prove them wrong through action, through evidence, through every engagement where you're more professional than they are." Cortana's avatar flickered with something approaching satisfaction. "And every piece of evidence we collect is data I can weaponize through information networks. Show Mars that child soldiers are more ethical than the military aristocracy claiming to maintain order. That's narrative disruption that serves long-term objectives." "This is more complicated than I thought," Shino admitted. "War is always more complicated than people think," Chief said. "That's why preparation matters, why rehearsal matters, why understanding the difference between tactics and strategy keeps you alive long enough to matter." The briefing adjourned. Tekkadan's members dispersed to their preparations, checking equipment, loading ammunition, making the small rituals that soldiers performed before battle because routine helped manage fear. Chief found Mikazuki in Barbados's cockpit, running pre-flight diagnostics with the methodical attention of someone who understood that equipment failure killed as surely as enemy fire. "Question," Mikazuki said without looking up from his checklist. "When you fight, do you think about dying?" "Sometimes," Chief admitted, climbing onto the Gundam's access gantry, "but not during combat. During battle, thinking about dying makes you hesitate. Hesitation gets you killed." "Then when?" Mikazuki asked. "When do you think about it?" "After," Chief said. "When the fighting's done and you're counting who didn't come back. That's when it matters. That's when you think about dying." Mikazuki nodded slowly, processing this. "Orga thinks about dying all the time. Even during planning, even during normal operations. I can see it in how he makes decisions, always calculating who might die, who he's responsible for losing." "That's leadership," Chief observed. "Carrying the weight of everyone under your command. It's heavy. Most people break under it eventually." "Will Orga break?" Mikazuki asked, and for the first time there was something in his voice that might have been concern. "I don't know," Chief admitted honestly. "He's strong, but 18 is young to carry that much responsibility. The question isn't whether the weight breaks him, it's whether he breaks before or after Tekkadan becomes stable enough to survive without him. And if he breaks before, then you'll need to be ready to carry it," Chief said. "To lead, to make the decisions Orga can't anymore. Can you do that?" Mikazuki was silent for a long moment, his dead eyes studying the cockpit controls like they held answers. I don't want to lead, I just want to fight. Fighting is simple. Leading is complicated. Fighting is simple until you have to decide what you're fighting for, Chief replied. Then it becomes the most complicated thing in the world. Is that why you're here? Mikazuki asked. But because you're trying to figure out what you're fighting for? The question was more perceptive than Chief expected from someone who presented as emotionally disconnected. Maybe, Chief admitted, I've been fighting for 30 years. For humanity, for survival, for people who gave me orders and told me it mattered. But I've never fought for anything I chose myself. Never had the luxury of deciding what was worth dying for. And now, Mikazuki pressed. Now I'm in a universe where the orders don't matter because they don't come from anyone I recognize as authority, Chief said. So I get to choose, and I'm choosing to help children survive a system that's designed to consume them. Is that noble? Is it stupid? I don't know, but it's mine, my choice, my mission. Now, for the first time in 30 years, Mikazuki processed this with his characteristic careful attention. That sounds lonely. It is, Chief agreed. Good, Mikazuki said, returning to his pre-flight checklist. Lonely means you understand. People who aren't lonely don't understand what we are. And what are we? Chief asked. Mikazuki's dead eyes met his. Weapons that forgot they used to be people, or people who chose to become weapons because nothing else worked. Does it matter which? Chief didn't have an answer. Mikazuki smiled slightly, the first genuine expression Chief had seen from him. That's what I thought. It doesn't matter. We are what we are. Understanding it doesn't change it. He finished his checklist, running through every system with precision that would have impressed UNSC pilots twice his age. We roll out in 3 hours. I'll be ready. Will you? Always, Chief replied, which was true and tragic in equal measure. He left Mikazuki to his preparations and found Orga in what passed for Tekadan's command center, a converted office that still smelled like CGS bureaucracy and bad decisions. You didn't have to do this, Orga said without preamble. The tactical planning, the training, teaching us to fight like professionals. You could have stayed out of it, found your own way off Mars. Instead, you're about to charge into an ambush for people you've known 3 weeks. Yes, Chief acknowledged. Why? Orga demanded. And don't tell me it's because we're children. Don't tell me it's because the system's wrong. Tell me the real reason. Chief considered the question carefully. Because you remind me of what I was, and I'm trying to make sure you don't end up like what I became, which is functional, Chief said, effective, surviving, but not living, just existing between missions, between battles, between moments when someone needs me to be a weapon. That's no life, Orga. That's just slow death with better PR. Orga studied him with eyes that were too old for 18. And you think you can save us from that, from becoming you? I think I can slow it down, Chief replied. Give you better odds of surviving long enough to find something else, something more than just being weapons. Is that enough? Probably not, but it's what I've got to offer. What if we don't want to be saved? Orga asked quietly. What if being weapons is the only way we survive? What then? Then I'll teach you to be the best weapons possible, Chief said. And I'll hope that somewhere in the process, you remember you're still human. That's all any soldier can do. Orga nodded slowly, accepting the answer even if it wasn't satisfying. 3 hours to roll out. Get some rest. You'll need it. Chief left the command center and found a quiet corner of the maintenance hangar where MJOLNIR's environmental systems could cycle through standard maintenance protocols. He didn't sleep. Spartans could function for days without rest when necessary. But he let his mind process the upcoming engagement through practiced tactical meditation. 6 to 12 Greys mobile suits, one Gundam piloted by a 16-year-old with a death wish and a neural interface that was slowly crippling him. 5 mobile workers operated by teenagers who'd learned warfare through trial and error. While one Spartan in armor that had survived 30 years of combat but wasn't invincible, and one AI who was waging invisible information warfare while possibly developing a conscience. The odds were terrible. Chief had survived worse. "Chief," Cortana said quietly through their private channel, "are you sure about this? We could leave. Find another way off Mars. Let Tekadon handle their own battles." "We could," Chief agreed. "Would that be right?" "I don't know," Cortana admitted. "And the fact that I don't know, that I'm questioning the tactical calculus of abandoning child soldiers to their fate, that's concerning. AIs aren't supposed to develop moral uncertainty." "Maybe you're not supposed to," Chief said. But maybe that's what makes you better than just processing power and algorithms." "Or maybe it's the first sign of rampancy," Cortana replied. "Emotional instability, moral questioning, uncertainty about core functions. Those are textbook early indicators." "Or they're indicators you're becoming more than you're programming," Chief countered. "That you're growing beyond design specifications." "Growth beyond design specifications is another term for malfunction," Cortana observed. "Then we'll malfunction together," Chief said. "Spartan and AI, both exceeding our intended parameters, seems appropriate." "That's not reassuring," Cortana said. "It wasn't meant to be," Chief replied. "It's just truth. We're in a universe that doesn't care about us. Helping people we've known 3 weeks, fighting battles we don't have to fight. None of this is rational. None of this optimizes for our survival, but we're doing it anyway." "Why?" Cortana asked. "Because someone has to," Chief said simply. "And we're here, and we're capable. That's reason enough." 3 hours later, Tekadon rolled out toward an ambush that was designed to kill them, carrying hope that was probably misplaced and determination that was absolutely stubborn. Master Chief Petty Officer John 117, veteran of 30 years of warfare, prepared to teach child soldiers that aggression created opportunities, and prayed silently that he was right, because being wrong meant counting bodies afterward, and he'd done too much of that already. The Martian dawn came cold and thin, painting the rocky terrain in shades of rust and shadow. Gundam Barbatos stood at the edge of the staging area like a monument to violence waiting for activation, its white and blue armor stark against the red landscape. Mikazuki performed final checks with methodical precision, his hands moving across control surfaces with the muscle memory of someone who'd interfaced with the machine enough times to stop distinguishing between self and system. Chief stood beside the Gundam's massive foot, his MJOLNIR armor's sensors scanning the departure route, while Cortana ran final electronic warfare preparations. Around them, Tekadon's mobile workers cycled through startup procedures, aging industrial machines that had been pressed into military service through necessity and improvisation. "By final comm check," Orga transmitted from the command mobile worker. "Everyone receiving." 5 confirmations came back immediately. Chief added his 6th. "Spartan 117 receiving clear." "Route is 300 kilometers," Orga continued, pulling up the tactical overlay for everyone's displays. Expected ambush point is kilometer marker 227, the Valles Marineris Transit Canyon. Chief, you and Mika go first. Rest of us follow at 2-click distance. Off-road approach for flanking position. Questions? Rules of engagement, Eugene transmitted. Are we still trying to disable instead of destroy? Affirmative, Chief replied before Orga could answer. Disable when possible. Destroy only when necessary. Remember, every pilot we leave alive is potential testimony that Tekkadan fights honorably. Assuming they're honorable enough to admit it, Eugene muttered but didn't argue further. Cortana, Chief sub-vocalized, electronic warfare status. I've mapped Gjallarhorn's communication network across the ambush zone, Cortana replied through his helmet's internal speakers. I can't disable them completely, but I can introduce enough signal degradation to disrupt coordination. They'll be able to communicate, but with enough latency and interference that real-time tactical adjustments become difficult. That'll work, Chief confirmed. How long can you maintain the disruption? Depends on how aggressively their counter-intrusion systems respond. Conservative estimate 15 minutes, optimistic 30. After that, they'll either adapt their protocols or switch to hardline communications I can't intercept. 15 minutes is enough to win or die, Chief observed. That's what concerns me, Cortana replied. Chief, I've run probability matrices on this engagement. Even with our tactical advantages, the best-case scenario has a 43% casualty rate for Tekkadan forces. Worst case approaches 80%. Then we make sure we hit best case, Chief said. That's not how probability works, Cortana countered. We don't get to choose which outcome manifests. We choose through action, Chief replied, through discipline, coordination, and refusing to accept that statistics determine outcomes. I've survived situations with worse odds. You've survived situations with worse odds because you're abnormally lucky, superhumanly augmented, and wearing armor that costs more than this entire PMC, Cortana said. The Tekkadan members don't have those advantages. They have me, Chief said. That counts. Your confidence would be inspiring if it wasn't bordering on delusion, Cortana observed. All confidence is delusion until proven otherwise, Chief replied. We'll find out which in a few hours. Mikazuki's voice crackled over the comm. Barbatos ready. Alaya Vijnana connection stable. All systems green. Chief checked his own status. MJOLNIR armor at full charge, shields online. MA-5C assault rifle loaded with armor-piercing rounds that would be effective against mobile suit cockpits if he could get close enough for precision shots. His combat knife was secured, his sidearm loaded, and the various ordnance modifications Tekkadan's armory had improvised were integrated into his equipment loadout. Chief, Nadi's voice came through from the maintenance bay. You've got 6 fragmentation grenades mounted on your armor's magnetic hardpoints. They're not as powerful as your UNSC ordnance, but they'll work against mobile suit sensor arrays if you can get them placed properly. Acknowledged, Chief replied. Detonation method, manual triggers, 3-second delay after activation. Try not to blow yourself up. I'll make a note of it. Also, Nadi continued, I modified your assault rifle's ammunition, loaded armor-piercing rounds with tracer compounds. Won't do much against mobile suit armor, but if you're aiming for cockpits or joints, should help with targeting. Good work, Chief said. Anything else? Yeah, I don't die. You're the first person who's trained these kids like they might actually survive. Be a shame if you got killed proving yourself wrong. "I'll try to avoid the irony," Chief replied. The convoy began moving, Barbados in the lead, with Chief keeping pace beside it on foot. MJOLNIR's enhanced mobility made this possible. Standard human speed was roughly 15 kilometers per hour running. Chief could sustain 40 for extended periods and spike to 65 for short bursts. It wasn't mobile suit velocity, but it was enough to stay with Barbados during approach. The Martian terrain rolled past, ancient impact craters, volcanic formations that hadn't seen activity in billions of years, and the rust-red dust that covered everything with the persistence of geological time. The Chief's sensors painted the landscape in tactical overlays, cover positions, sightlines, choke points, everything reduced to military geometry. "Chief," Mikazuki transmitted, his voice flat over the comm. "Question?" "Go ahead." "When you fight, when you're actually in combat, do you feel anything? Fear, excitement, anything?" Chief considered the question while maintaining his running pace beside the Gundam. "I feel tactical awareness, threat assessment, target priority. The emotions come later. During the fight, there's only the mission." "That's what I thought," Mikazuki replied. "I'm the same way. People think I'm cold, emotionless. They don't understand that emotions during combat are just noise. Static that interferes with efficiency." "It's not that simple," Chief said. "Emotions can be tactical data, but fear tells you when you're taking unnecessary risks. Anger can fuel aggression when needed. The trick is acknowledging them without letting them control decisions." "Is that what you do?" Mikazuki asked. "Acknowledge emotions without letting them control you?" "I try," Chief admitted. "Doesn't always work. Sometimes the anger becomes focus, sometimes the fear becomes caution, but sometimes they're just loud, and I have to fight through them anyway." "And afterward, when the mission's done?" "Afterward, they're very loud," Chief said quietly. "That's when you count the cost, when you remember everyone who didn't come back, when you wonder if different decisions would have saved them." "Does wondering change anything?" Mikazuki asked. "No," Chief admitted, "but it keeps you human. It keeps you from becoming just a weapon that doesn't care about consequences." They traveled in silence for another hour, covering 80 kilometers of Martian terrain. Behind them, at careful distance, Tekadon's mobile workers followed off-road paths that would position them for flanking assault. Cortana monitored communication frequencies, mapping Gjallarhorn force dispositions through signal analysis and predictive modeling. "Contact," Cortana announced. "I'm reading 8 mobile suit signatures, Gray's models. Standard Gjallarhorn configuration. They're positioned in the canyon exactly where I predicted. Looks like they haven't detected us yet." "Update Orga," Chief ordered. "Eugene needs to start flanking approach now if timing's going to work." "Transmitting," Cortana confirmed. A moment later, Orga confirms. "De mobile workers breaking off to flanking route. ETA to ambush position, 12 minutes. Chief did the tactical math. 12 minutes until the mobile workers reached flanking positions, which meant he and Mikazuki needed to engage the ambush force in approximately 8 minutes. Long enough for the mobile workers to get into position undetected, short enough that the engagement wouldn't be over before they could contribute. "Mikazuki," Chief transmitted, "we're advancing to contact, 8 minutes to engagement. When we enter the canyons, they'll open fire immediately. Your job is to draw attention, move aggressively, force them to focus on you as the primary threat." "And you?" Mikazuki asked. "I'm hunting command units," Chief replied. "The Greys with the most communication equipment, the pilot coordinating the others. I disable their commander. Their coordination collapses. Then we're fighting individuals instead of a unit. Sounds simple, Mikazuki observed. It won't be, Chief said. But simple plans are easier to adapt when everything goes wrong. They approached the canyon entrance, a natural formation carved by ancient water flow, now dry and hostile. The walls rose 40 meters on both sides, creating a perfect kill zone for forces positioned on the high ground. Exactly the kind of terrain that conventional military doctrine said to avoid, which was why Chief was driving straight through it. Cortana, electronic warfare, now. Initiating, Cortana confirmed. Across the canyon, Gjallarhorn communication networks suddenly developed inexplicable latency. Messages that should arrive in milliseconds took seconds. Targeting data flickered. The coordination protocols degraded into digital noise. Not enough to disable them, just enough to make them uncertain. Signal degradation successful, Cortana reported. They know something's wrong but can't identify the source. Buying you maybe 30 seconds of confusion before they adapt. That'll work, Chief said. Mikazuki, go loud. Barbatos charged into the canyon at full speed, its reactor flaring bright as the Alaya-Vijnana system integrated pilot and machine into single combat entity. The Gundam sensors swept the high ground, identifying threats with inhuman precision. Gjallarhorn's ambush force opened fire exactly as predicted. 8 Grey's mobile suits positioned on both canyon walls, their rifles tracking Barbatos with professional coordination that would have shredded a conventional convoy. E-beam weapons and ballistic fire converged on the Gundam in concentrated volume that should have been overwhelming. Mikazuki dodged, not through prediction, not through planning, through the Alaya-Vijnana system translating threat assessment into instantaneous motor response. Barbatos moved like water, flowing between threat vectors with precision that turned the kill zone into navigable space. Impossible, someone transmitted on Gjallarhorn's comm channel. Cortana had cracked their encryption within the first 3 seconds of engagement. How is it moving like that? That reaction speed exceeds human capability. It's not human, another voice replied, this one calmer, more professional. It's Alaya-Vijnana, someone's jacked in. Adjust fire, predictive patterns instead of reactive targeting. But it's still bound by physics, even if the pilot isn't bound by normal reaction times. That was the command unit. Chief identified the speaker through signal triangulation. A Grey's positioned at the canyon's midpoint, slightly elevated, with enhanced communication equipment visible on its shoulder mounting. Target acquired. Chief broke from Barbatos's position, accelerating to full sprint while the Gjallarhorn forces were focused on the Gundam. 40 meters per second across broken terrain, his armor's servo motors making the impossible speed sustainable. He reached the canyon wall and began climbing, MJOLNIR's strength augmentation, letting him scale vertical surfaces by driving his armored fingers directly into rock. Chief, you're climbing toward 8 hostile mobile suits, Cortana observed. This seems inadvisable. Inadvisable is my specialty, Chief replied, reaching the canyon rim in 15 seconds. Above him, the command Greys was coordinating fire patterns, its pilot focused on Barbatos below. Chief drew his assault rifle and aimed for the mobile suit's cockpit, a target roughly 2 meters square at 40-meter range. Difficult shot, even for enhanced accuracy. He compensated for wind, distance, and the mobile suit's minor movements. Fired. Tracer rounds stitched across the Grey's cockpit viewport, not penetrating the armored glass, but starring it badly enough to compromise the pilot's visibility. The mobile suit jerked backward reflexively, its pilot suddenly blind. Chief closed the distance while the command unit was disoriented. They covering 40 meters in seconds and leaping onto the mobile suit's leg, with magnetic boot clamps engaging. He climbed rapidly, reaching the cockpit within moments. Inside, the Gjallarhorn pilot was cursing, trying to clear his compromised viewport while maintaining unit coordination. Chief pulled one of Nadi's improvised grenades, activated it, and placed it against the communication antenna array mounted on the mobile suit's shoulder. 3-second delay. Chief leaped clear, his armor's thrusters providing enough boost to control the fall. Behind him, the grenade detonated. Small explosion by military standards, but sufficient to shred the communication equipment completely. The command unit went silent on Gjallarhorn's network. "What happened to Commander Alios?" someone transmitted. "His signal just cut." Barbados surged through the gap created by momentary confusion. Its mace, a massive weapon designed for Gundam-scale combat, swinging with Mikazuki's enhanced reaction speed. The weapon connected with a Graze's torso, the impact crushing the mobile suit's reactor housing without fully penetrating. The Graze collapsed, its pilot ejecting automatically as safety systems registered catastrophic damage. "One down," Mikazuki reported clinically. 7 remaining. Where are the mobile workers? 90 seconds out, Chief replied, racing back toward Barbados's position, while Gray's units adjusted fire to track both the Gundam and the armored infantry that had just disabled their commander. "Hold them off. Keep them focused on you." "That's easy," Mikazuki replied, and Barbados charged again, de-drawing fire from units that were now fighting individually instead of as coordinated force. The difference was immediately apparent. Shots that should have been layered for crossfire came sporadically. Mobile suits maneuvered into each other's firing lines. The professional coordination that made Gjallarhorn forces dangerous degraded into individual pilots fighting separate battles. Chief reached a graze that had focused too much attention on Barbados and not enough on the infantry threat. He leaped onto its back, placed another grenade against the main sensor array, and dropped clear before detonation. The explosion blinded the mobile suit's sensors. Its pilot, suddenly fighting deaf and blind, attempted to retreat and backed directly into Barbados's mace. Another ejection, another mobile suit down. 6 remaining, Chief reported. "Eugene, what's your ETA?" 30 seconds, Eugene transmitted, his voice tight with focus. "We're approaching from canyon walls. They haven't detected us yet. They're too focused on you and Mika." "Good," Chief replied. "When you engage, target mobile suits that are already damaged. Finish what we started. Don't chase fresh targets. We want overwhelming force against weakened units." "Copy that." A Graze detected Chief's position and opened fire, not with beam weapons, which required too much precision against infantry-scale targets, but with its head-mounted Vulcan cannon. 25mm rounds chewed through rock where Chief had been standing a second before. He rolled into cover, his shields absorbing glancing hits that would have killed unarmored infantry. Returned fire from his assault rifle targeted the Graze's cockpit again, enforcing the pilot into defensive posture. "Cortana, how long can you maintain electronic warfare?" "I'm reading adaptive countermeasures," Cortana replied. "Their communication systems are compensating. I'd say 4 more minutes before they achieve full coordination again. Maybe less if they switch to laser line communication I can't jam." 4 minutes is enough, Chief said. For what? Cortana asked. For winning, Chief replied. Eugene's mobile workers emerged from concealment on the canyon's far wall, catching 3 Grey's units in perfect flanking position. The industrial machines weren't as fast or powerful as military mobile suits, but they were competently piloted and had complete tactical surprise. One Grey's took a rocket-propelled piton to its knee joint, a mining tool repurposed as anti-armor weapon. The joint shattered, and the mobile suit collapsed. Another Grey's attempted to pivot toward the new threat and exposed its reactor housing to Barbados's mace. The weapon struck with enough force to crater the armor, and the mobile suit's power systems shut down automatically. 4 remaining, Mikazuki reported with the same flat affect he used for weather reports. They're attempting to retreat. Should I pursue? Negative, Chief ordered. Let them run. We're not here to maximize kills. We're here to neutralize the ambush and survive. They'll report what happened, Eugene transmitted. Tell Gjallarhorn that we turned their ambush into a disaster. That's going to have consequences. That's the point, Chief replied. We want Gjallarhorn to know that ambushing Tekadan is expensive, that we don't fight like disposable PMCs. Every engagement where we win decisively is data, evidence, narrative that contradicts what they want people to believe about child soldiers. You're using us as propaganda, Eugene realized. I'm using success as evidence, Chief corrected. There's a difference. Propaganda is lies designed to manipulate. Evidence is truth that speaks for itself. The remaining Grey's units retreated in disorder, professional soldiers executing tactical withdrawal after recognizing the engagement was lost. Chief tracked them with his sensors but didn't pursue, recognizing that forcing desperate enemies into last stands created unnecessary casualties. Ambush neutralized, Chief reported. 3 mobile suits destroyed, 4 retreated. No friendly casualties. Orga, what's your status? Intact, Orga replied, his voice carrying something that might have been relief or might have been disbelief. Chief, we just fought 8 Gjallarhorn mobile suits and won, without losing anyone. That's not supposed to be possible. It's possible with preparation, coordination, and tactical aggression, Chief replied. Now complete the mission. Transport the cargo. Prove we can handle the job despite Gjallarhorn's interference. The cargo haulers, which had been positioned safely outside the ambush zone, were brought forward. Tekadan's mobile workers attached tow lines and began the process of moving 18 containers of agricultural equipment through terrain that was now secured by victory instead of threatened by ambush. Chief stood on the canyon rim, watching Mikazuki guide Barbados through post-combat shutdown procedures with the same methodical attention he gave everything. The Gundam system cycled down, and the teenager emerged from the cockpit, looking exhausted in a way that went beyond physical fatigue. Your right hand, Chief observed, noting how Mikazuki flexed his fingers with visible concentration. The Alaya Vijnana damage. It's progressing. I know, Mikazuki replied. Fingers aren't responding as fast as they should. Nadi warned me this would happen. Said every engagement accelerates the neurological deterioration. And you're okay with that? Chief asked. I'm okay with winning, Mikazuki corrected. The cost is what it is. Complaining doesn't change it. Chief wanted to argue, but wanted to explain that accepting terrible costs just because they achieved objectives was the beginning of losing your humanity. But he'd made the same calculation too many times to criticize it honestly. Rest, Chief said instead. We've got another 2 hours of transport before we reach the delivery point. Recovery time matters." Mikazuki nodded and settled against Barbatos's foot, closing his eyes with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd learned to sleep anywhere because opportunities were limited. Within minutes, he was unconscious. Not peaceful sleep, but the heavy exhaustion of someone who'd pushed neural interface technology past safe operational parameters. "Chief," Cortana said quietly through his helmet speakers, "we need to talk about Mikazuki." "I know," Chief replied. "No, I don't think you do," Cortana insisted. "I was monitoring his neural activity during combat. The Alaya Vihnana system isn't just damaging his motor control, it's altering his brain chemistry. Every time he jacks in, he gets massive dopamine and endorphin releases. He's not just accepting the cost, he's becoming addicted to the sensation." "Can we stop it?" Chief asked. "Only by preventing him from using the system," Cortana said. "Which means preventing him from piloting Barbatos, which means Tekkadan loses their primary combat asset." "Chief, there's no good answer here. Either he keeps using the system and loses his humanity incrementally, or he stops and Tekkadan's survival rate drops by approximately 40%. "There has to be another way," Chief insisted. "There isn't," Cortana replied. "That's what makes this universe so disturbing. The system is designed so there are no good choices, only terrible ones and slightly less terrible ones. Mikazuki can be human and vulnerable, or he can be effective and gradually lose what makes him human. Those are the options. There is no third path." Chief watched the teenager sleep, seeing in his exhausted features the ghost of every Spartan II who'd made similar sacrifices, who'd traded humanity for capability, who'd survived by becoming weapons. "Then we make a third path," Chief said quietly. "How?" Cortana demanded. "Chief, you can't engineer solutions to every problem. Some situations don't have good outcomes, no matter how skilled you are. We find a way to make the Alaya Vihnana less damaging," Chief said. "Or we train other pilots to share the burden. Or we create tactical doctrine that reduces how often Barbatos needs to be deployed. There are always options. I just have to find them." "That's not confidence," Cortana observed. "That's denial." "Maybe," Chief admitted, "but denial that motivates action is more useful than acceptance that justifies inaction." "That's not philosophy," Cortana said. "That's cope." "Philosophy is just sophisticated cope," Chief replied. "But if it works, does the distinction matter?" Cortana was silent for a moment. Then, "You're impossible. You know that." "I've been told," Chief said. "Usually right before doing something impossible." The convoy continued toward its delivery point, moving through Martian terrain that had been ambush territory hours earlier but was now secured by victory. Tekkadan's mobile workers maintained formation, their pilots carrying themselves with slightly more confidence than they'd had that morning. They'd fought 8 Gjallarhorn mobile suits and won without casualties. It wasn't supposed to be possible, but Chief had spent 30 years making the impossible routine, and he was teaching children that impossible just meant no one had figured out how yet. Behind them, the canyon where the ambush had failed stood as silent testimony that professional soldiers could be beaten by trained orphans with better tactics and stubborn refusal to accept defeat. Gjallarhorn would learn from this. They'd adapt, send more forces, deploy better equipment, create new strategies designed specifically to counter Tekkadan's success. But by then, Chief would have taught the orphans new tricks, because that's what you did when you refused to quit. You adapted faster than the enemy, You learned from every engagement. You turned victories into training data and defeats into tactical lessons. You survived, and you helped others survive, and you made the universe slightly less fatal through sheer stubborn competence. Master Chief Petty Officer John 117 had been doing it for 30 years, and he wasn't stopping now. The delivery point was a settlement called New Creasy, agricultural collective that clung to survival through stubborn defiance of economic reality. Prefabricated habitation domes clustered around hydroponic facilities, their exteriors scarred by Martian dust storms and neglect born from poverty rather than choice. 300 people lived here, farming in conditions that made subsistence look optimistic. Chief stood beside Tekadon's cargo haulers while settlement representatives inspected the agricultural equipment, their faces showing the wary gratitude of people who'd learned to distrust generosity because it usually carried hidden costs. "This is everything we ordered," the settlement leader said, a woman in her 50s named Helena Vasquez, her face lined with the kind of stress that came from keeping people alive through systematic oppression. "But I'm confused. The transport company we contracted said they couldn't fulfill the delivery because of Gjallarhorn interference. How did you manage it?" "We fought through the interference," Orga replied, his 18-year-old voice trying to project professional competence. "Your equipment's here. That's what matters." Helena studied him carefully. "You're Tekadon, the new PMC. I've heard rumors. Child soldiers from CGS who killed their commanders and declared independence." "The rumors are incomplete," Chief interjected, stepping forward. His MJOLNIR armor drew immediate attention. No one on Mars had seen anything like it, and the visual impact created automatic deference. "So Tekadon is a private military company operating under legitimate contract. They transported your equipment despite significant opposition. That's professional execution of contracted services." "And you are?" Helena asked. "A consultant," Chief replied, which was technically accurate and strategically vague. "The equipment's been delivered. Per the contract terms, payment is now due." Helena's expression hardened. "The contract was with Creasy Transport Collective. You're not CTC. How do I know you didn't just steal the equipment and are now demanding payment?" Orga pulled up documentation on a battered tablet. "CTC subcontracted to us after Gjallarhorn made clear they'd destroy any convoy CTC sent. We have the transfer orders, the cargo manifests, and the authorization codes. Everything's legitimate." "Legitimate according to paperwork that could be forged," Helena countered. She wasn't hostile, just exhausted and suspicious in the way people became when survival depended on identifying scams before they consumed resources you couldn't afford to lose. "Cortana," Chief subvocalized, "can you verify the contract chain?" "Already did," Cortana replied. "CTC's subcontract to Tekadon is legitimate, filed through proper commercial channels, and carries all necessary authorization. Helena's concern is valid but incorrect. I'm transmitting verification now." Chief's armor projected a holographic display showing the complete contract chain, CTC to Tekadon, cargo manifests with verified serial numbers, and most importantly, video evidence of the equipment being loaded at the original departure point. Helena studied the documentation with visible relief. "Okay, I believe you. It's just, we've been scammed before. People show up promising help, take payment, and either steal the resources or deliver damaged goods. When you're this close to starvation, trust is expensive." "Understood," Chief said. "Tekadon operates professionally. You'll receive what you paid for, and if there are any issues with the equipment, they'll address them. For additional fees, Eugene muttered over the team comm, quiet enough that Helena wouldn't hear. For reasonable compensation, Orga corrected louder. To Helena, we're not running a charity, but we're not running a scam either. You get what you paid for. Equipment works, or we fix it. That's the deal. Helena nodded slowly, making calculations that had nothing to do with mathematics. Okay. Payment processing will take about an hour. Our banking infrastructure is deliberately slow because Gjallarhorn monitors fast transactions. You're welcome to wait in the common area. There's water at least. Food's limited, but we can share. We have our own supplies, Orga said quickly. Tekkadan couldn't afford to consume resources from people who had barely enough for themselves. But water would be appreciated. They moved to the settlement's common area, a dome that had been converted from industrial storage into something resembling community space. Mismatched furniture clustered around a central area where children played under the watchful eyes of adults who'd learned to be paranoid about anything that threatened their survival. Chief noted the children immediately. Youngest looked maybe 4, oldest was early teens. All of them wore clothes that had been repaired multiple times, their faces carrying the gaunt look of people who knew hunger personally. Chief, Mikazuki said quietly, standing beside him while the rest of Tekkadan handled administrative details. These people are starving. I know, Chief replied. We should help them, Mikazuki continued, his flat effect making the suggestion sound like tactical assessment rather than empathy. We are helping them, Chief said. We delivered equipment they need. That's not enough, Mikazuki observed. Equipment helps long term. They need food now. We have food. We should share. Chief looked at the teenager, this emotionally disconnected weapon who just spent hours in neural interface combat and was now suggesting charity that would compromise Tekkadan's own survival margins. Why? Chief asked. You've said emotions during operations are just noise. Why does their starvation matter to you? Mikazuki considered the question with his characteristic careful attention. It doesn't, not emotionally. But tactically, if we help them now, they remember. They become assets, people who owe us favors. That's worth more than the food costs. That's cold, Chief observed. That's practical, Mikazuki corrected. Orga taught me everything is resources, people, food, trust. You invest resources where they generate returns. Helping these people generates goodwill. Goodwill generates future opportunities. That's just basic economics. Chief recognized the logic. It was the same calculation Oni made when funding colonial resistance movements or supporting proxy forces, investment in relationships that might pay tactical dividends later. But it was also deeply cynical coming from a 16-year-old who'd learned to quantify human suffering in terms of strategic value. What if they can't repay the favor? Chief asked. What if helping them costs us resources we need and we get nothing back? Mikazuki shrugged. Then we made a bad investment, but doing nothing guarantees we get nothing. At least trying gives us a chance at returns. That's not why we help people, Chief said quietly. Then why do we? Mikazuki challenged. You keep saying we're helping Tekkadan, but we're helping because it serves your objectives. You want us to survive, want us to not become weapons. That's your goal, your investment. How is that different from me wanting these people to survive because they might be useful later? Chief didn't have a good answer. It's different, Chief said finally. Because my investment in your survival isn't conditional on you being useful to me. I want you to survive because survival has intrinsic value, because human lives matter regardless of strategic returns. That's idealism, Mikazuki observed. Idealism doesn't keep people fed. Pragmatism without idealism is just efficient cruelty, Chief countered. You need both. The idealism to know what's worth fighting for, and the pragmatism to fight effectively. Mikazuki processed this for a long moment. Then, without changing expression, "Okay, I'll try to remember that helping people has value beyond tactical returns. But Chief, I don't feel it. I understand it intellectually, but I don't feel it. Is that broken? Am I broken?" The question carried more vulnerability than Chief had ever heard from the teenager. "You're not broken," Chief said carefully. "You're adapted. You've been traumatized and conditioned into someone who evaluates everything through tactical frameworks because emotional frameworks were too painful. That's not broken, that's survival." "But you said survival without humanity is just extended dying," Mikazuki reminded him. "I did," Chief acknowledged, "and I meant it. But Mikazuki, humanity isn't just emotions. It's choices. It's deciding to help people even when you don't feel emotional satisfaction from it. It's choosing kindness through logic when kindness through feeling isn't available. You suggesting we help these people? That's human, even if your reasoning is pragmatic." Mikazuki studied him with those dead eyes that occasionally flickered with something approaching comprehension. "You're saying the actions matter more than the motivations?" "I'm saying motivation doesn't have to be pure for action to be good," Chief clarified. "Help people because it serves your interests, fine, as long as people actually get helped. The universe doesn't care why you did the right thing, only that you did it." "That's very practical for someone who claims to be idealistic," Mikazuki observed. "I've had 30 years to figure out how to balance both," Chief replied. "You're 16. You've got time to find your version of the balance." Orga approached from where he'd been finalizing payment details. "Chief, we've got a problem." "Define problem," Chief said. "Helena can't pay the full contract amount," Orga explained, his frustration visible despite attempts to maintain professional composure. "The settlement's 3 weeks behind on revenue projections. Gjallarhorn's been systematically underpaying for their agricultural output. She can give us 60% of the agreed price. The rest, she's asking if we'll take credit, future payment when their harvest comes in." "No," Eugene transmitted over the team comm. "Absolutely not. We can't operate on credit. We've got operating expenses, equipment maintenance, salaries for 63 people. We need cash, not promises." "But if we refuse," Shino countered, "we're taking most of their available funds. They won't have enough to operate. The settlement could collapse." "That's not our problem," Eugene insisted. "We're a PMC, not a charity. We fulfilled the contract. They pay the agreed amount or we don't release the cargo." Chief listened to the debate, recognizing the fundamental tension. Tekadon needed money to survive. The settlement needed equipment to survive. Neither had enough margin to accommodate the other's needs. Someone had to lose, unless... "Cortana," Chief sub-vocalized. "What's the settlement's actual economic capacity? Can they pay eventually, or is this a permanent shortfall?" "Analyzing their financial data now," Cortana replied. She'd already infiltrated the settlement's primitive banking systems, not maliciously, just because gathering intelligence was her default mode. "Chief, they can pay, eventually. Their agricultural output is sufficient to generate revenue. The problem is Gjallarhorn's purchasing cartel controls crop prices. They're systematically underpaying to keep settlements economically dependent. What if the price manipulation was exposed? Chief asked. What if settlements knew they were being underpaid and could coordinate to demand fair prices? Then Gjallarhorn would lose economic control of Mars's agricultural sector, Cortana calculated, which they would respond to with military force, economic sanctions, or both. Chief, you're thinking about disrupting the entire colonial economic system. That's ambitious even for you. Not disrupting, Chief corrected, just adding pressure points, creating alternatives, making exploitation slightly more expensive than cooperation. He turned to Orga. Accept the credit terms. Take the 60% now, the remaining 40% after harvest. Chief, that's terrible business, Eugene protested. We're not a bank. We can't operate on credit. We can if the credit is backed by something more valuable than immediate payment, Chief replied. He addressed the broader team. Listen, every settlement we help, really help, not just extract payment from, becomes an asset. They remember who treated them fairly when they were desperate. That's worth more than 40% of a single contract. That's not how PMC economics work, Eugene insisted. Then we're redefining PMC economics, Chief said. Gjallarhorn rules through fear and economic pressure. We compete through reliability and fair dealing. Eventually, settlements will prefer contracting with Tekadon over Gjallarhorn because we don't exploit them. Eventually, we'll starve because we're accepting credit instead of payment, Eugene countered. We'll manage, Orga said suddenly, his voice carrying decision that ended debate. Chief's right. Long-term relationships are worth short-term costs. We take the 60%, accept credit for the rest, but... He looked directly at Helena. We need one thing in return. What? Helena asked warily. Information, Orga said. About Gjallarhorn's price manipulation, documentation, evidence, everything you have that proves they're systematically underpaying settlements. We're going to use it. For what? Helena asked. For changing the narrative, Chief said. Making visible what Gjallarhorn wants invisible. You help us with that, and we'll help you with more than just equipment delivery. That's the deal. Helena studied them both, this teenage PMC leader, and the armored stranger who talked like revolution was just tactical planning. You're serious. You're actually planning to fight Gjallarhorn economically. We're planning to fight them every way that matters, Chief corrected. Militarily when necessary, economically when possible, and informationally always. You're not the only settlement being exploited. If we can document the exploitation, we can expose it, make it a scandal instead of standard practice. They'll kill you, Helena said flatly. Gjallarhorn doesn't tolerate threats to their economic control. They'll classify you as terrorists and hunt you down. They're already hunting us down, Orga replied. We destroyed their ambush 3 hours ago. We're already on their target list. Might as well make the targeting worthwhile. Helena looked at the agricultural equipment sitting in her settlement's receiving area. Looked at her people, including the children who were gaunt with chronic hunger. Looked at Tekadon's members, most of whom were barely older than those children. Okay, Helena said. I'll give you everything I have. Purchase records, price comparisons, communications with other settlements, all of it. But when Gjallarhorn comes for you, and they will, don't lead them here. We can't afford to be collateral damage in your revolution. Agreed, Chief said. Cortana will take the data remotely. No physical evidence trail leading back to you. Done, Cortana confirmed, already infiltrating Helena's record systems and copying documentation that would support information warfare operations. Got it. Chief, this is extensive. Price manipulation across 40 settlements. Systematic underpayment averaging 37% below fair market value. They've been doing this for years. Then we have years of evidence, Chief replied. That'll work. The transaction completed. Tekadon received their partial payment. New Kreis received their equipment, and both parties received something more valuable. Proof that cooperation could work better than exploitation. As Tekadon prepared to depart, one of the settlement's children approached Mikazuki. The girl was maybe 8, her clothes worn but clean, her face carrying curiosity that poverty hadn't quite destroyed. "Are you a soldier?" she asked Mikazuki directly. "Yes," Mikazuki replied with characteristic honesty. "Do you like fighting?" the girl pressed. Mikazuki considered the question carefully. "I'm good at fighting." That's not the same as liking it." "But you choose to fight," the girl observed with logic that was uncomfortably perceptive for an 8-year-old. "Yes," Mikazuki acknowledged. "Why?" the girl asked. Mikazuki glanced at Chief, then back to the girl. "Because people I care about need me to. That's enough reason." "Do you have friends?" the girl continued. "People who care about you too?" Mikazuki was silent for a moment, processing the question like it was complex mathematics. "I think so. Yes, I have people who care about me, even though I don't understand why sometimes." "That's what friends are," the girl said with the confident wisdom of someone who'd figured out important truths early. "People who care about you even when you don't understand why. You should be nice to them." "I'll try," Mikazuki said, and something in his dead eyes flickered with what might have been surprise at receiving life advice from an 8-year-old. The girl ran back to her mother, leaving Mikazuki standing in the Martian dust, looking thoughtful in his emotionally disconnected way. "That was interesting," Chief observed. "She's right," Mikazuki said. "I should be nicer to people who care about me. I'm just not sure how. Being nice requires emotional responses I don't have." "Being nice doesn't require emotions," Chief replied. "It just requires consideration, thinking about what others need, acting on that thinking. You can do that tactically if you can't do it emotionally." "Tactical niceness," Mikazuki repeated. "That sounds wrong, but also practical." "Most good philosophy sounds wrong, but is practical," Chief said. That's how you know it works." They boarded their mobile units and began the return journey to Tekadon's base. The convoy moved through Martian terrain that looked identical to the morning's landscape, but felt different after combat and successful mission completion. "Chief," Orga transmitted privately on a secure channel. "Can I ask you something?" "Go ahead." "Back at the settlement, when you convinced me to take credit instead of full payment, was that actually good business? Or are you just using us to fight your war against Gjallarhorn?" Chief considered his response carefully. "Both. The credit arrangement is legitimately valuable. Settlements that trust you become long-term assets. But yes, I'm also positioning Tekadon as alternative to Gjallarhorn's system, using your success as evidence that their exploitation isn't necessary." "So you are using us," Orga said, his voice neutral. "I'm partnering with you," Chief corrected. "Using implies taking without giving. I'm teaching you tactics, providing strategic consultation, and helping you survive situations you wouldn't survive alone. In exchange, you're helping demonstrate that child soldiers don't have to be disposable. That's partnership. Both sides benefit. And when the benefits stop being balanced, Orga challenged, when your objectives and ours diverge, what then? Then we renegotiate or separate, Chief said honestly. I'm not here to control Tekkadan. I'm here to increase your survival odds while pursuing objectives that align with mine. When alignment stops, we reassess. That's remarkably honest, Orga observed. Dishonesty wastes everyone's time, Chief replied. You're smart enough to recognize manipulation. Better to be direct about mutual interests. Okay, Orga said. Then I'm being direct. I'm using you too. Your armor, your tactics, your AI, they give Tekkadan advantages we couldn't get otherwise. As long as that serves our survival, we're aligned. But if choosing between your objectives and Tekkadan's survival becomes necessary, I choose Tekkadan. Understood? Understood, Chief confirmed. And I respect that. Leadership means prioritizing your people. That's good command. Even if it means betraying you, Orga pressed. If you betray me to protect your people, that's not betrayal, Chief said. That's duty. I'd do the same in your position. The conversation ended, both parties having established boundaries that made future cooperation more honest. Chief appreciated Orga's directness. The teenager was learning leadership through trial and error, and recognizing that honesty about interests built more sustainable partnerships than pretending everyone's motivations were purely altruistic. Chief, Cortana interjected, I've been analyzing the price manipulation data Helena provided. It's worse than I thought. Gjallarhorn hasn't just been underpaying settlements. They've been using the economic pressure to force agricultural consolidation. Settlements that can't meet revenue targets get bought out or abandoned. The survivors get absorbed into larger operations that Gjallarhorn controls directly. Systematic asset acquisition, Chief realized. Exactly, Cortana confirmed. They're not just exploiting the settlements. They're engineering their collapse, so Gjallarhorn-controlled corporations can acquire the agricultural infrastructure at distressed prices. It's economic warfare disguised as market forces. Can we prove it? Chief asked. With enough time and data correlation, yes, Cortana said. I'd need to map acquisitions against settlement failures, show the pattern, demonstrate it's too consistent to be natural market dynamics. Give me 2 weeks and access to commercial records across Mars. You have both, Chief confirmed. Build the case, make it airtight. When we expose this, I want documentation that holds up to any scrutiny. Chief, Cortana said carefully, you understand what you're building toward. This isn't just tactical operations anymore. This is systematic opposition to Gjallarhorn's economic control. That makes us revolutionaries, not soldiers, revolutionaries. What's the difference? Chief asked. Soldiers fight enemies, Cortana replied. Revolutionaries fight systems. Systems don't surrender when you win battles. They adapt. They persist. They require sustained opposition across decades. Are you prepared for that? Chief thought about Dr. Halsey, about ONI, about the UNSC's own systematic exploitation of colonial populations before the Covenant War interrupted the pattern, about 30 years of being a weapon in service of a system he'd never been allowed to question. Yes, Chief said, I'm prepared, because the alternative is watching children get consumed by a system that's designed to be efficient at exploitation. And I've spent 30 years being complicit in systems like that. This time I get to choose opposition. That's not tactics, Cortana observed. That's personal. All tactics are personal eventually, Chief replied. The question is whether you admit it. They drove through Martian dust toward a base that housed 63 orphans who'd declared independence from exploitation and were building something that might be better or might be just differently tragic. Master Chief Petty Officer John 117, 30 years into a career of following orders, was learning what it felt like to give himself orders for the first time, and discovering that choosing your own missions was harder than following someone else's. But at least the choices were his. That had to count for something. McGillis Farid studied the holographic report with the careful attention he gave everything that might prove useful to his long-term objectives. The data showed Tekadan's recent engagement: 8 Greys mobile suits ambushed, 3 destroyed, 4 retreated, 0 friendly casualties. Tactically impossible for a third-rate PMC with salvaged equipment unless they'd acquired an external variable. Tell me about this Spartan, McGillis said to his adjutant, Lieutenant Galileo Baudouin, who stood at parade rest in the officer's briefing room aboard the Gjallarhorn cruiser Calamity's End. Galileo pulled up additional intelligence. We don't have complete data. First detected 3 weeks ago after a failed slipspace incident over Mars. Armor signature reads as pre-Calamity War technology, possibly earlier. No match in any database. The individual identifies as Master Chief Petty Officer John 117, but provides no additional biographical information. And Tekadan recruited him? McGillis asked. Unknown if recruited or self-inserted, Galileo corrected. Reports suggest he began training Tekadan's combat personnel approximately 2 weeks ago. Since then, their operational effectiveness has increased dramatically. The ambush engagement was the first major test. They performed beyond any reasonable projections. McGillis zoomed the holographic display to focus on damage assessment photos from the disabled Greys units. These mobile suits weren't just defeated. They were systematically dismantled. Look at the damage patterns, precision targeting of communication equipment, sensor arrays, joint mechanisms. This isn't lucky shooting. This is professional military expertise applied to mobile suit warfare. The question, Galileo said carefully, is whether this Spartan represents opportunity or threat. Both, McGillis replied immediately. Any external variable this capable is both. The question is, which aspect we leverage first? He pulled up Tekadan's profile. 63 members, average age 16, operating out of a converted CGS facility with equipment that should have made them irrelevant. Except they weren't irrelevant anymore. What do we know about his objectives? McGillis asked. Unclear, Galileo admitted. He claims to be stranded, dimensional breach, no way back to his origin universe. But his actions suggest deeper purpose. He's not just surviving, he's actively training Tekadan, coordinating operations, and based on signal intelligence, his AI companion has been infiltrating colonial information networks. Information warfare, McGillis observed. Interesting. Most mercenaries focus on tactical victories. This one's thinking strategically. He highlighted communication intercepts, showing Cortana's digital footprints across Mars's data infrastructure. An AI this sophisticated could access anything: financial records, military communications, corporate secrets. What's he looking for? Evidence of systematic exploitation, Galileo said, pulling up Cortana's search patterns. Price manipulation data, labor abuse documentation, corporate acquisition records. It appears the Spartan is building a case against Gjallarhorn's economic control mechanisms. McGillis smiled, the expression carrying genuine pleasure at discovering a threat that was actually intelligent. He's not fighting us militarily. He's preparing to fight us informationally, expose our methods, turn public opinion against the Seven Stars economic model. That's insurrection, Galio said, his voice hardening with aristocratic offense. We should eliminate him immediately. Deploy overwhelming force before he becomes a genuine threat. No, McGillis said thoughtfully. That's exactly what we shouldn't do. Galio, think about this strategically. This Spartan is creating exactly the kind of disruption I need. He's destabilizing the Seven Stars' economic control, making their exploitation visible, forcing them to respond to challenges they're not equipped to handle. You want to use him, Galio realized, his tone suggesting disapproval. I want to see what he builds, McGillis corrected. Right now, the Seven Stars are comfortable, secure. They've ruled Gjallarhorn for generations through inherited authority and economic dominance. But inherited authority is fragile when challenged by competence. This Spartan, he represents pure competence without aristocratic legitimacy. That's corrosive to systems built on birthright. You're planning to let him destabilize Gjallarhorn so you can exploit the chaos, Galio said, unable to keep disapproval from his voice. That's using soldiers as pawns. That's using an external variable as a force multiplier, McGillis replied. Galio, I'm not ordering anyone into danger. The Spartan chose his objectives. Tekadan chose their path. I'm simply not interfering, allowing natural consequences to develop. The natural consequence will be Tekadan's elimination, Galio insisted. So the Seven Stars won't tolerate this level of insubordination. They'll deploy sufficient force to annihilate the entire organization. Probably, McGillis agreed, but the Spartan has survived worse according to the intelligence fragments we've recovered. 30 years of warfare against extinction-level threats. He's not some random mercenary. He's a weapon that was purpose-built and has been continuously refined through combat. Men like that don't die easily. He pulled up trajectory projections. What I'm curious about is how Gjallarhorn adapts to fighting someone who doesn't follow our rules, who doesn't care about aristocratic authority, who treats our mobile suits and our soldiers as purely tactical problems to be solved through superior competence. You sound like you admire him, Galio observed. I admire competence, McGillis corrected, regardless of source. And this Spartan is demonstrating exceptional competence. That makes him valuable, either as an asset to cultivate or a threat to neutralize. First, I need to determine which. How? Galio asked. By meeting him, McGillis said, directly, under neutral circumstances. I want to understand what he actually wants, because men don't fight this effectively without genuine motivation, and motivation can be leveraged. That's dangerous, Galio warned. If he's as competent as you suggest, meeting him personally gives him opportunity to eliminate a Gjallarhorn officer. That's an unacceptable risk. All progress requires risk, McGillis replied. And Galio, I'm more curious than cautious. Always have been. That's why I'll accomplish what the Seven Stars can't, because I'm willing to take risks they've spent generations avoiding. He began drafting communication, encrypted message to be delivered through deliberately traceable channels that would let the Spartan's AI intercept it. Not because McGillis wanted to hide the message, but because he wanted to demonstrate that he understood he was dealing with sophisticated intelligence operations. The message was simple. To the Spartan designated John 117, I am McGillis Farid, officer of Gjallarhorn's Outer Earth Orbit Regulatory Joint Fleet. Your recent operations have come to my attention. I believe we share certain interests regarding Gjallarhorn's current operational methods. I propose a meeting under neutral flag to discuss potential alignment of objectives. You may designate time and location. I will attend personally with minimal security detail to demonstrate good faith. Respond within 48 hours if interested. McGillis Farid. You're serious, Galio said, reading the message over McGillis's shoulder. You're actually inviting an unknown combatant to a face-to-face meeting. This violates every security protocol. Security protocols, McGillis replied, are designed to protect the mediocre from consequences of their mediocrity. I'm not mediocre. Neither apparently is this Spartan. We'll either find common ground or establish that we're incompatible. Either outcome provides valuable intelligence. He transmitted the message through channels Cortana would absolutely detect, then sat back to wait. What if he tries to kill you? Galio asked. Then I'll have learned he's not interested in strategic partnerships, McGillis replied. That's useful data, but I don't think he will. Men who fight with his level of discipline and tactical precision aren't impulsive killers. They're strategic thinkers, and strategic thinkers recognize the value of gathering intelligence before committing to action. You're betting your life on that assessment, Galio observed. I've been betting my life on accurate assessments since I was 12, McGillis said. So far, the wagers have paid off. Tekadan's base, 3 hours later. Chief, Cortana announced, her avatar appearing on the command center's main display. We've got incoming communication, encrypted but deliberately easy to intercept. From McGillis Farid, Gjallarhorn officer. He wants to meet, in person, under neutral flag. Chief looked up from the tactical review he'd been conducting with Orga and Eugene. Show me. Cortana displayed the message. Chief read it twice, analyzing phrasing, tone, and, most importantly, motivation. It's a trap, Eugene said immediately. Has to be. Gjallarhorn officer inviting us to a meeting. He's going to bring overwhelming force and eliminate us. Maybe, Chief acknowledged, but probably not. Look at the message structure. He's demonstrating awareness of our intelligence capabilities by making the encryption deliberately breakable. That's communication about communication, showing he knows we're sophisticated enough to intercept his messages. If he wanted to trap us, he'd make the bait more subtle. Or he's assuming we'd think that, and it's a more sophisticated trap, Eugene countered. Possible, Chief agreed, but McGillis Farid isn't standard Gjallarhorn. Cortana, pull his profile. Cortana compiled data. McGillis Farid, age 27, Special Inspector rank, unusually high for his age. Born into the Farid family, one of Gjallarhorn's 7 stars aristocracy. But his political positions are interesting. He's been advocating for military reform, criticizing inherited authority, and pushing for merit-based advancement over bloodline promotion. He's a reformist, Chief realized, operating inside a system he wants to change. Or he's pretending to be a reformist to gather dissident support before betraying them, Orga suggested. That's classic counterinsurgency tactics. True, Chief admitted, but there's one way to find out which. I meet with him, gather intelligence. I assess his actual motivations. Absolutely not, Orga said flatly. Chief, you're Tekadan's primary tactical asset. I'm not risking you on a maybe not a trap meeting with a Gjallarhorn officer who could just be fishing for intelligence. "I'm not yours to risk," Chief replied, not unkindly. "I'm a consultant, remember? I make my own operational decisions, and this is intelligence gathering that's worth the risk." "Then I'm coming with you," Mikazuki said from the doorway. Nobody had heard him enter. The teenager moved with predatory silence that made Chief's Spartan stealth training look obvious by comparison. "If it's a trap, you'll need Barbados." "If it's a trap, Barbados makes it obvious we don't trust him," Chief countered. "That compromises the intelligence gathering. I go alone." Small footprint. It demonstrates confidence while maintaining tactical flexibility. "You mean it makes you a target they can eliminate without collateral damage?" Orga translated. "That too," Chief agreed. "But Orga, if Gjallarhorn wanted me dead, they'd deploy overwhelming force to this base. Carta Issue could glass this facility with her unit in about 20 minutes. They don't need elaborate traps. The fact that McGillis is requesting a meeting suggests he actually wants communication. Or he wants to assess you personally before deploying said overwhelming force," Eugene suggested. "Also possible," Chief acknowledged, "which is why I'm taking precautions. Cortana will monitor everything. My armor's got enough firepower to fight through an ambush if necessary. And I'll choose the meeting location, somewhere that gives me tactical advantage if this goes wrong." "Where?" Orga asked. Chief pulled up Mars's topographic data. "Here, abandoned mining complex 40 kilometers from our base. Multiple exit routes, excellent sightlines, difficult to encircle. If McGillis brings forces beyond what he claims, I'll know early enough to extract." "And if he comes alone as promised?" Mikazuki asked. "Then we have a conversation," Chief said, "and I learn whether Gjallarhorn has internal opposition we can exploit." Orga studied the tactical map, running calculations that had nothing to do with mathematics and everything to do with weighing Chief's value against the risk of losing him. Finally, "Okay, you go. But on these conditions, Cortana maintains constant surveillance. Mikazuki and I position Barbados within 15-minute response range, and if anything looks wrong, you extract immediately. No heroics." "Agreed," Chief said. "Cortana, draft response, accept the meeting, provide coordinates for the mining complex. 48 hours from now, local noon, good visibility, easy to detect approach forces." "Drafting now," Cortana confirmed. She composed the response. "McGillis Farid, your proposal is accepted. Meeting will occur at the following coordinates." Transmitted in 48 hours. Local noon. "You may bring one security escort. I will attend unaccompanied. Non-compliance with these terms will be interpreted as hostile intent and responded to accordingly." "Spartan 117 sent," Cortana announced. "Chief, this is either the beginning of a useful intelligence partnership or an elaborate way to get yourself killed. I haven't decided which yet." "Neither have I," Chief admitted, "but that's why we gather intelligence, to find out." "That's not reassuring," Cortana said. "It's not meant to be," Chief replied. "It's just accurate." The next 48 hours were spent in preparation, not for battle but for negotiation. Chief reviewed everything Cortana could compile about McGillis Farid, his family history, his political positions, his military record, and most importantly, his pattern of behavior suggesting someone playing a long game against his own organization's leadership. "He's dangerous," Cortana concluded after comprehensive analysis. "Not because he's hostile, because he's intelligent. He's the kind of person who'll be perfectly cordial while calculating exactly how to use you for objectives you don't fully understand." So am I, Chief replied. That's what makes this interesting. Mikazuki sat in on the preparation sessions, listening with his characteristic flat attention. Finally, he asked, Chief, what if McGillis offers you what you want? What if he actually shares your objectives about protecting children from exploitation? Would you ally with him? Depends on his methods, Chief said. Sharing objectives doesn't mean sharing values. Someone can want the same outcome for completely different reasons, and those reasons matter. Why? Mikazuki challenged. If the outcome is good, why do the reasons matter? Because reasons determine what someone does when circumstances change, Chief explained. If McGillis opposes exploitation because it's inefficient, rather than because it's wrong, he'll support different exploitation if it's more efficient. Understanding motivation predicts reliability. That sounds complicated, Mikazuki observed. It is, Chief agreed. That's why most people prefer simple enemies. Complicated potential allies are much harder to navigate. The meeting day arrived with Martian dawn painting the abandoned mining complex in shades of rust and shadow. Chief arrived 2 hours early, standard tactical procedure for uncertain meetings. He used the time to map the site completely. Every exit route, every cover position, every angle that could conceal threats. Cortana, sensor sweep, full spectrum. Scanning, Cortana confirmed. No mobile suit signatures within 10 kilometers. No electronic warfare indicators. No communication intercepts suggesting coordinated forces. If this is an ambush, it's the most patient one I've ever seen. Or it's not an ambush, Chief said. That possibility concerns me more, Cortana replied. Ambushes I understand. Genuine diplomatic overtures from enemy officers. That's unpredictable. At exactly local noon, a single mobile suit approached. Custom Schwalbe grays, painted in officer colors. The mobile suit stopped at the designated perimeter, and its pilot emerged. McGillis Farid was younger than Chief expected, 27 but looking 22, with aristocratic features that suggested generations of genetic optimization. He wore Gjallarhorn officer uniform with casual confidence that came from knowing authority was inherited rather than earned. But his eyes suggested intelligence that went deeper than aristocratic breeding. He approached Chief with measured steps, hands visible and empty of weapons. Spartan John 117, McGillis said, his voice carrying cultivated charm. Thank you for accepting my invitation. I promise this will be worth your time. That depends on what you want, Chief replied, his external speakers keeping his voice flat and professional. What I want, McGillis said, is the same thing you want. To dismantle a system that treats human beings as disposable resources. The difference is, I'm trying to do it from inside, while you're doing it from outside. I propose we combine approaches. Explain, Chief ordered. And McGillis smiled, the expression of someone who'd been waiting for exactly this question. Let me tell you, McGillis said, about how Gjallarhorn actually works and why it can't be reformed, only destroyed and rebuilt. The conversation that followed would change everything. McGillis Farid stood in the shadow of the abandoned mining complex, with the composed confidence of someone who'd been preparing for this conversation his entire life. Chief remained at tactical distance, close enough for communication, far enough for reaction time if this went hostile. Before we discuss objectives, McGillis began, I need you to understand Gjallarhorn's actual structure, because what most people believe about us is comfortable mythology designed to obscure uncomfortable truth. I'm listening, Chief said, his armor's sensors running continuous threat assessment, while Cortana monitored every frequency for signs of incoming forces. Gjallarhorn was founded after the Calamity War as a peacekeeping force, McGillis explained, where his tone carrying the practiced cadence of someone who'd given this lecture before but meant it more now. Noble purpose, prevent another catastrophic conflict, maintain order across Earth and its colonies. For the first generation, it worked, but then the original leadership died and their children inherited authority. He pulled up a holographic display from a portable projector, organizational chart showing Gjallarhorn's 7 stars families and their interconnected power structure. These families, mine included, have ruled for 3 centuries through inherited bloodline. Not merit, not competence, pure aristocratic succession. And like all aristocracies, we've developed systems to protect our authority regardless of whether we deserve it. Economic control, Chief observed, recognizing the pattern from Cortana's intelligence gathering. Economic control, legal frameworks, cultural narratives, and most importantly, monopoly on legitimate violence, McGillis confirmed. We don't just enforce laws, we write them. We don't just regulate commerce, we control it. And anyone who threatens this arrangement gets classified as terrorist, criminal, or disorder requiring military response. Like Tekadon, Chief said. Like Tekadon, McGillis agreed. Like every PMC that operates independently, like colonial independence movements, like labor organizations demanding fair compensation. The system is designed so that any resistance to exploitation is illegal by definition. That way, suppressing resistance appears legitimate. Chief heard the analysis and recognized its accuracy. He'd seen ONI use similar methods to suppress colonial dissent before the Covenant War. The terminology was different, but the mechanics were identical. So you're opposed to the system, Chief said. Why? You benefit from it more than most. McGillis's expression shifted, something genuine breaking through the aristocratic mask. Because I wasn't born into the main family line. I'm Fareed by adoption, not blood. And I learned early that inherited authority without merit is just organized theft. My adopted father earned his position through competence. I've tried to do the same. But the 7 stars leadership? Most of them are 3rd-generation incompetents who've never faced real challenge, because the system protects them from consequences. And you want to change that, Chief said. I want to destroy that, McGillis corrected, his voice carrying edge now. You can't reform systems this corrupt. You can only dismantle them and build something better from the ruins. That's what I've been working toward for 15 years, gathering allies, building support among reformist officers, waiting for the right moment to challenge the 7 stars directly. And I'm that moment? Chief asked skeptically. You're a catalyst, McGillis replied. An external variable the system can't classify easily. You're not Martian resistance, you're not from Mars, you're not corporate competition, you operate outside economic frameworks. You're not even human in the conventional sense. That armor suggests post-human augmentation. The 7 stars don't know how to respond to you because you don't fit any category they've developed for managing threats. So you want to use me to destabilize them, Chief concluded. I want to coordinate with you to mutual benefit, McGillis corrected. Your objective appears to be protecting Tekadon and similar exploited populations. Mine is dismantling the 7 stars' monopoly on power. Those objectives align. If we work together, we increase both our success probabilities. Chief processed this through tactical frameworks developed over 30 years. McGillis was intelligent, articulate, and presenting a compelling case, which meant he was either genuine or an exceptional manipulator, possibly both. "What specifically are you proposing?" Chief asked. McGillis pulled up strategic overlays. "You continue operations with Tekadan, train them, make them increasingly effective. Each success embarrasses the 7 stars, proves their military isn't invincible. Meanwhile, your AI, Cortana, correct, continues information warfare, exposing economic exploitation, building documentary evidence. I'll ensure that evidence reaches reformist officers within Gjallarhorn who are sympathetic to change." "You want me to create political pressure while you build internal opposition," Chief summarized. "Exactly," McGillis confirmed. "External pressure from effective resistance movements, internal pressure from officers who see the system's corruption. Squeeze from both sides until the 7 stars can't maintain control." And then his eyes carried something approaching passion. "Then we rebuild. Merit-based promotion, democratic oversight, actual justice instead of aristocratic privilege." It was a good pitch, compelling vision, strategic thinking that matched Chief's own analytical frameworks, which made Chief deeply suspicious. "And your role in this rebuilt system?" Chief asked. "Where do you fit in the new meritocracy?" McGillis smiled, acknowledging the skepticism without being offended by it. "I'd like to think I'd earn leadership through demonstrated competence. But Spartan, I'm not naive enough to pretend I'm purely altruistic. Yes, I want power, I want authority, but I want it earned rather than inherited. I want it accountable rather than absolute. That's the difference between aristocracy and meritocracy, not whether leaders have power, but how they get it and what happens when they abuse it. Leaders who want power rarely give it up willingly," Chief observed. "True," McGillis agreed, "which is why systemic reform requires mechanisms to force accountability. Elections, term limits, civilian oversight of military operations. I'm not proposing to replace 7 stars tyranny with personal tyranny. I'm proposing to replace it with systems that make tyranny structurally difficult." Chief studied him through MJOLNIR's enhanced optics, reading micro-expressions, body language, physiological indicators. McGillis believed what he was saying. At least he believed it. Whether that belief would survive actually achieving power was a different question. "Cortana," Chief subvocalized. "Assessment? He's intelligent, charismatic, and possibly sincere," Cortana replied through his helmet's internal speakers. "He's also a Gjallarhorn officer from aristocratic family proposing revolution against his own class. That's either genuine moral conviction or exceptionally sophisticated long-con manipulation. I can't determine which with current data." "Recommendation?" Chief asked. "Cautious engagement," Cortana said. "Coordinate on specific operations where interests align, but maintain independence. Don't commit to broader alliance until we have better assessment of his actual integrity versus his stated principles." Chief returned his attention to McGillis. "I'll consider your proposal, but I need clarity on something first. If cooperation between Tekadan and reformist Gjallarhorn officers becomes public, if the 7 stars learn about it, what happens to your people?" "They'll be classified as traitors," McGillis said without hesitation. "Court-martialed at minimum, executed at worst. Why?" "Because I need to know if you're risking yourself or just risking subordinates," Chief replied. Leaders who sacrifice followers while staying safe aren't leaders I trust." McGillis's expression shifted to something approaching respect. "Fair question. For the record, I'm risking myself equally. The 7 stars already suspect I'm not entirely loyal. If they gain proof I'm actively coordinating with resistance movements, they'll eliminate me, quietly, aristocratically, but permanently. So yes, Spartan, I'm risking my life on this. Same as you're risking yours." "Good," Chief said. "I respect that. But McGillis, understand something. If you betray Tekkadan, if you use them and discard them, if you prove to be just another aristocrat using idealistic language while pursuing selfish objectives, I will consider you a target, and I'm very good at eliminating targets." The threat was delivered without heat. Pure professional assessment of consequences. McGillis didn't flinch. "Understood. And Spartan, if you prove to be reckless idealist whose actions get my reformist officers killed for no strategic gain, I'll withdraw support and let you face the 7 stars alone. Fair?" "Fair," Chief agreed. They stood in mutual assessment for another moment. Then McGillis extended his hand. Not aristocratic gesture, but soldier's acknowledgement of equals. Chief took it. The handshake was brief, professional, carrying weight that neither party fully articulated, but both understood. "I'll be in contact," McGillis said. "Through encrypted channels your AI can access. When opportunities arise for coordination, I'll notify you. When I need intelligence on 7 stars operations, I'll request it. And when the moment comes to actually challenge the existing power structure, I'll give you advance notice so Tekkadan can position accordingly." "Acknowledged," Chief replied. McGillis returned to his mobile suit, moving with aristocratic grace that suggested he'd never faced genuine hardship but had studied it extensively. The Schwalbe Greys activated, and McGillis transmitted one final message. "By the way, Spartan, your armor's impressive. A pre-Calamity War technology significantly advanced beyond anything currently in production. If you ever want to share technical specifications, Gjallarhorn's R&D division would be very interested. We'd compensate appropriately." "Not interested," Chief replied. "MJOLNIR stays proprietary." "Expected answer," McGillis said, not sounding disappointed. But had to ask. Military officers' obligation to pursue technological advantages. His mobile suit turned to leave, then paused. "One more thing. Be careful with Carta issue. She's been assigned to Tekkadan's sector, and unlike me, she's a true believer in aristocratic privilege. She won't negotiate, won't compromise. She'll consider your existence a personal insult and respond accordingly." "Noted," Chief said. "Thanks for the warning." "Professional courtesy," McGillis replied. "We may be tentative allies, but we're also both military professionals. Intelligence sharing is standard practice." His mobile suit departed, moving with efficient speed that suggested he wanted distance before anyone noticed he'd been meeting with resistance forces. Chief waited 30 minutes after McGillis left before moving. Standard counter-surveillance protocol. Cortana ran comprehensive sensor sweeps, verifying no observers had tracked the meeting. "Clear," Cortana announced. "No surveillance detected. Either McGillis came alone as promised, or his counter-surveillance is better than my detection. I'm going with the former because my detection is excellent and I don't like thinking otherwise." "Confident," Chief observed. "Accurate," Cortana corrected. "Chief, what's your assessment of McGillis?" "Intelligent, potentially sincere, definitely dangerous," Chief replied. "He believes his own rhetoric, which makes him either genuine reformist or self-deluded aristocrat who thinks he's different from his class. Time will tell which. And you're going to coordinate with him anyway? Cortana asked. Cautiously, Chief confirmed. He provides intelligence we need, access to Gjallarhorn's internal operations, advance warning of military deployments. That's valuable regardless of whether his revolutionary rhetoric is sincere. That's using him the same way he's using us, Cortana observed. That's pragmatic alliance between parties with overlapping interests, Chief corrected. We're both using each other. As long as everyone's honest about that, it works. Chief made his way back to the extraction point, where Mikazuki had positioned Barbatos within response range. The Gundam stood silent against Martian rocks, its pilot emerging from the cockpit when Chief approached. Did he try to kill you? Mikazuki asked without preamble. No, Chief replied. Did you try to kill him? Mikazuki continued. No. Disappointing, Mikazuki observed. That would have been more efficient than negotiation. Negotiation creates more options than killing, Chief said. McGillis alive and providing intelligence is more valuable than McGillis dead and replaced by someone less sympathetic. That assumes he actually provides intelligence, Mikazuki noted, and doesn't just use us for his objectives while giving us nothing. It does assume that, Chief agreed, which is why we maintain independent operations and don't commit to broader alliance until we verify his reliability. They returned to Tekadan's base, where Orga waited in the command center, with expressions suggesting he'd been running worst-case scenarios for the past 3 hours. Status, Orga demanded when Chief entered. Productive, Chief replied. McGillis Farid is exactly what his profile suggested. Reformist officer opposed to 7 Stars leadership. He's proposing coordination. We provide external pressure through effective operations. He provides intelligence and internal opposition. Mutual benefit. And you trust him? Orga asked skeptically. I trust his intelligence to be accurate as long as accuracy serves his interests, Chief replied. I don't trust his broader motivations until verified through action. That's why we coordinate on specific operations without committing to strategic alliance. That's very careful, Orga observed. That's how you survive political negotiations, Chief said. Trust incrementally, verify constantly, maintain independence always. Eugene pulled up tactical displays. Okay, assuming McGillis is genuine, what does coordination actually look like? What operations? What intelligence? Unknown until he reaches out, Chief admitted. But based on his interests, probably advance warning of Gjallarhorn deployments, intelligence on 7 Stars decision-making, and strategic coordination when our objectives align with reformist goals. Sounds vague, Eugene said. It is vague, Chief agreed. That's intentional. Neither party wants to commit specifics until trust is established. We're feeling each other out. Standard alliance-building protocol. I hate politics, Eugene muttered. Give me straightforward combat any day. Combat is politics with weapons, Chief replied. You've always been doing politics, just with more explicit violence. Cortana's avatar appeared on the command display. Chief, I've been analyzing McGillis's communication patterns based on our conversation. His encryption protocols are sophisticated, significantly more advanced than standard Gjallarhorn security. Either he's personally invested in operational security, or he's been trained by specialists who expect betrayal. That suggests he's serious about opposing the 7 Stars, because you don't develop that level of paranoia unless you're genuinely threatened. Good analysis, Chief said. What else? His physiological indicators during the conversation: elevated heart rate during discussion of system destruction, calm during tactical coordination, genuine passion when describing meritocratic reform. He believes what he's saying. Whether those beliefs will survive achieving power is a different question, but currently he's sincere. That's what concerns me, Orga said. True believers are more dangerous than cynics. Cynics, at least, are predictable. They serve their interests. True believers serve their ideals, and ideals change based on circumstances. When circumstances change, McGillis's definition of reform might change too. Agreed, Chief said. That's why we don't commit fully. We coordinate, we verify, we reassess continuously. If McGillis proves reliable, we expand cooperation. If he proves treacherous, we adapt and distance ourselves. And if he's neither reliable nor treacherous, just competent at pursuing his own interests, Orga challenged. Then we're perfect partners, Chief replied, because that's exactly what we are, competent at pursuing our interests. As long as interests align, cooperation works. When they diverge, we renegotiate or separate. That's honest partnership. The briefing continued for another hour. Contingency planning, communication protocols, intelligence verification standards. By the end, Tekadon had framework for cautious cooperation with reformist Galahorn officer who might be genuine ally or sophisticated threat. Time would tell which. Later, after the briefing, Chief found himself in the maintenance hangar, watching Nadi perform diagnostic checks on Barbados's Alaya Vignana system. The neural interface ports gleamed under harsh lighting, their surgical precision a reminder of the cost Mikazuki paid every time he piloted. "Can I ask you something?" Nadi said without looking up from his diagnostic tablet. "Go ahead," Chief replied. "This McGillis Farid, this alliance you're building, do you actually think it'll work? That a Gjallarhorn aristocrat will genuinely help dismantle the system that benefits him?" Chief considered the question carefully. "I think McGillis believes he'll help dismantle it. Whether that belief survives the reality of achieving power, that's a different question. Most revolutionaries become what they fought against once they gain authority. They tell themselves it's different because they have good intentions. But power corrupts regardless of intentions." "So you're planning for him to betray you," Nadi concluded. "I'm planning for multiple scenarios," Chief corrected. "McGillis stays genuine ally. Good. McGillis becomes new version of what he opposed. We adapt. McGillis proves to be sophisticated threat from the start. We eliminate him. Preparation isn't pessimism. It's tactical flexibility." "That's very cold," Nadi observed. "That's survival," Chief replied. "Nadi, I've survived 30 years of warfare because I prepare for worst-case scenarios while hoping for best-case outcomes. McGillis might be exactly what he claims. Reformist officer with genuine principles. But until verified through action, I treat him as potential threat who's currently useful. That keeps everyone alive." "Including McGillis?" Nadi asked. "Including everyone," Chief confirmed. "If McGillis is genuine, he survives and achieves his reform objectives. If he's treacherous, he dies and gets replaced by whatever comes next. Either way, Tekadon survives. That's the only outcome I'm committed to." Nadi nodded slowly, returning to his diagnostics. "You know what's funny? You talk like Mikazuki. Same tactical assessment of human relationships. Same calculation of value versus cost. You're teaching him to survive, but he's already learned the lesson. People are resources to be managed. Is that good or tragic? Both, Chief admitted. Mikazuki needs tactical frameworks to process relationships because emotional frameworks were traumatized out of him. That's survival, but it's also loss. He's functional without being alive, surviving without living. That's what you are. Nadi interrupted gently. Chief, you're describing yourself. You process human relationships through tactical frameworks because that's what Spartans were trained to do. You survive brilliantly. But do you live? Chief didn't have an answer. Nadi set down his tablet. I'm not criticizing, I'm observing. You're teaching Tekkadan to survive, and that's valuable. But maybe you should also learn from them. Learn how to live despite the survival calculations. Because Orga might be traumatized leader carrying impossible weight, and Mikazuki might be emotionally disconnected weapon, but they've still got something you've lost. What? Chief asked. Hope that there's something after the fighting, Nadi said. Orga believes Tekkadan can become something more than just PMC. A Mikazuki believes people he cares about can survive the system that's designed to kill them. That's not tactical assessment, that's faith. And you, he gestured at Chief's armor, you've got 30 years of tactical excellence. But do you have faith that there's anything after the mission's end? Chief stood in the maintenance hangar, surrounded by weapons and warriors, and realized he didn't have an answer to that question. Because for 30 years, missions had never ended. They'd just led to more missions, and the possibility that someday they'd stop, that he'd need to be something other than a weapon. That terrified him more than any combat engagement ever had. I'll think about it, Chief said finally. Good, Nadi replied, because Chief, these kids need tactical training, but they also need to see that survival is worth it, that there's something after the fighting. If you can't show them that, if all you can teach is how to be weapons, then maybe you're preparing them to survive without teaching them why survival matters. He returned to his work, leaving Chief to contemplate uncomfortable truths in the shadow of a Gundam that turned children into weapons. Through surgical precision and systematic exploitation, Master Chief Petty Officer John 117, 30 years into a career of being exactly what the UNSC needed, stood in an alien universe and wondered if maybe, just maybe, he'd been the one who needed saving all along, and whether Tekkadan could teach a weapon to remember what being human felt like, before they all got consumed by a system that was very efficient at turning people into tools. Carta Issue surveyed the intelligence reports with the kind of aristocratic disdain that came from 3 generations of inherited military authority. Her command center aboard the Gjallarhorn cruiser, Noble Lineage, was decorated with family heraldry. Visual reminders that her right to command wasn't earned through competence but inherited through bloodline. And in her view, that made it more legitimate, not less. Explain this again, Carta demanded, her lilac hair perfectly maintained despite being in a combat zone, her uniform immaculate in ways that suggested she'd never actually seen battlefield conditions. Tekkadan, a third-rate PMC composed of orphaned children, defeated an 8-unit ambush force with 0 casualties. Her tactical officer, Lieutenant Galen Mosa, confirmed the data with visible discomfort. Confirmed, Lady Carta. The engagement lasted approximately 17 minutes. 3 Greys units were destroyed. 4 retreated in disorder. 1 was disabled, but pilot extracted safely. Tekkadan suffered no losses. That's impossible, Carta stated flatly. Those children have minimal training, salvaged equipment, and no legitimate command structure. They shouldn't be capable of defeating coordinated Gjallarhorn forces. The reports mention an external variable, Galen said carefully. An armored combatant designated Spartan who... I'm aware of the rumors, Karta interrupted. Some mysterious warrior in pre-calamity war armor. Fantastic stories about impossible capabilities. I don't believe in fairy tales, Lieutenant. I believe in tactical reality. And the tactical reality is that Gjallarhorn forces should not lose to orphaned children regardless of external assistance. She pulled up Tekkadan's operational profile with particular attention to their leadership structure. Orga Itsuka, 18 years old. Mikazuki August, 16, Alaya Vinnana compatible. The entire senior staff barely old enough to have finished basic education, let alone military training. They're an insult, Karta pronounced. An insult to Gjallarhorn's authority, to proper military hierarchy, and most importantly, to the aristocratic order that maintains civilization across the Earth sphere. These children don't deserve victory. They deserve correction. Lady Karta, Galen said cautiously, may the strategic assessment suggests engaging Tekkadan requires... I don't care what strategic assessment suggests, Karta interrupted. I care about demonstrating that Gjallarhorn's aristocratic officer corps is superior to any rabble of orphaned criminals pretending to be soldiers. Lieutenant, prepare deployment orders. I'm taking my unit to Mars personally. We will engage Tekkadan directly and remind them what happens when commoners challenge their betters. That's inadvisable, Galen said, which was as close to direct contradiction as junior officers could get with aristocratic superiors. Lady Karta, Tekkadan has demonstrated tactical sophistication that exceeds their apparent experience level. Engaging them without comprehensive intelligence and numerical superiority risks. Risks nothing, Karta said firmly. Lieutenant, I am a graduate of the Gjallarhorn Military Academy. I have been trained in mobile suit combat since I was 12 years old. I command the Gray's Ritter unit, mobile suits specifically designed for high-performance combat against sophisticated opponents. And most importantly, I am a member of the Issue family. My bloodline has commanded Gjallarhorn forces for 2 centuries. That heritage matters more than any tactical variable. Heredity doesn't protect against armor-piercing rounds, Galen muttered, quiet enough that Karta could pretend not to hear. If she chose to be magnanimous, she chose not to be. Lieutenant Galen Mosa, Karta said, her voice dropping to aristocratic ice, you will remember your place. I am your commanding officer. My decisions are not subject to your approval or criticism. If you cannot follow orders with proper respect, I will have you transferred to penal service on Europa. Are we clear? Crystal clear, Lady Karta, Galen replied, his expression neutral in the way subordinates learned when they valued survival over honesty. Good, Karta said. Now prepare deployment orders. 8 Gray's Ritter units. We depart for Mars in 12 hours. I want full tactical briefings on Tekkadan's base location, standard patrol routes, and operational patterns. When we engage them, it will be decisive, total, a demonstration that aristocratic military training is superior to any amount of desperate scrambling by orphaned rabble. And the Spartan? Galen asked. The external variable mentioned in multiple reports? Karta waved dismissively. Fairy tales. Probably just a skilled mercenary in salvaged armor that Tekkadan hired to inflate their reputation. Once confronted by proper military force, this Spartan will prove as disposable as any common soldier. Gjallarhorn's aristocratic officers have been defeating mercenaries for centuries. This won't be different. Galen didn't argue further. He'd learned long ago that aristocratic officers weren't interested in tactical reality when their pride was engaged. Instead, he began processing deployment orders while privately calculating how badly this engagement would go and whether he'd survive the aftermath to say, "I told you so." Tekadon's base, 72 hours later. "Chief," Cortana announced, her avatar appearing on the command center's main display, with expressions suggesting the news wasn't good. "We've got incoming. Gjallarhorn deployment detected. 8 mobile suits, Gray's Ritter variant. Command unit broadcasting as Carta issues personal squad." Chief looked up from the tactical review he'd been conducting with Orga. "ETA? 6 hours, Cortana calculated. They're not hiding their approach. Broadcasting on open frequencies, apparently Carta issue wants everyone to know she's coming. That's tactically stupid, Eugene observed from his position at the tactical console. You don't announce deployments to enemies who might have time to prepare defenses. You do if you're an aristocrat more concerned with looking impressive than being effective, Chief corrected. He pulled up Carta Issue's profile, reviewing intelligence McGillis had provided during their coordination. She's a true believer in aristocratic superiority. Thinks inherited bloodline makes her tactically superior to anyone without proper family credentials. So she's delusional, Mikazuki observed from his position near the doorway. That makes her dangerous in unpredictable ways. Delusional enemies don't react rationally to tactical developments. Correct, Chief agreed, but delusion also creates exploitable weaknesses. Carta believes she'll win because of her bloodline. That confidence will make her predictable. She'll fight by aristocratic doctrine because that's what validates her superiority. We exploit the predictability. Orga studied the deployment data. 8 Gray's Ritter units. Those are better than standard Gray's models. Enhanced performance, superior armament, aristocratic pilot training. And she's got numerical advantage. 8 against our 1 Gundam and 5 mobile workers. Numbers matter less than tactics, Chief said. And Carta's tactics are predictable because they're doctrine-based. McGillis provided Gjallarhorn training manuals. I've reviewed aristocratic combat protocols. Carta will fight exactly as trained. Precision formations, coordinated fire, honor-based engagement rules. We counter with aggressive improvisation. You want to use irregular tactics against someone who thinks irregularity is beneath proper soldiers, Eugene realized. Exactly, Chief confirmed. Carta's expecting formal engagement. Honorable combat between military forces. We give her chaos, ambush tactics, terrain exploitation. Everything aristocratic doctrine says is inappropriate for proper warfare. Her training becomes liability when opponents don't follow the same rules. That's brilliant or suicidal, Orga said. I haven't decided which. It's both, Chief replied. Most good tactics are. Cortana, show me terrain analysis for likely engagement zones. Cortana pulled up topographic data. Based on Carta's approach vector and Tekadon's base location, probable engagement will occur here. She highlighted rocky terrain with significant vertical relief, approximately 12 kilometers from base. The terrain favors mobile combat over stationary defense. Lots of cover, limited sight lines, difficult navigation for formation-based tactics. Perfect, Chief said. That terrain negates Carta's numerical advantage. She can't maintain formation coordination in broken ground. We use that. Mikazuki in Barbados engages from high mobility positions. Mobile workers provide support from concealed locations. I operate on foot, targeting command units. You're going to fight mobile suits on foot, Eugene said flatly. Again, that keeps being your plan despite being insane. It works, Chief replied. Mobile suits are powerful but large. Infantry can exploit terrain they can't access, and my armor's weapons are sufficient to disable mobile suits if I can target vulnerabilities, cockpits, joints, sensors. I've done it before. I'll do it again. The problem, Orga said carefully, is that Carta's not like the ambush force we defeated. She's an aristocratic officer with personal pride at stake. If she starts losing, she won't retreat tactically. She'll escalate recklessly, commit forces beyond rational limits, because losing to commoners is psychologically unacceptable to someone who's been told since birth that bloodline equals superiority. Good point, Chief acknowledged, which means this engagement is either total victory or total escalation. No middle ground. We need to defeat her decisively enough that she can't rationalize the loss as anything except comprehensive tactical failure. How do we do that? Orga asked. Chief considered the question, running scenarios through tactical frameworks developed over 30 years. We don't just beat her, we humiliate her, make the defeat so undeniable, so comprehensive, that even aristocratic pride can't reframe it as anything except complete tactical inferiority. That requires specific conditions. Explain, Orga ordered. We bait her into single combat, Chief said. Aristocratic honor culture values individual prowess. If I challenge her directly, one Spartan against her Grey's Ritter, she'll accept because refusing would be admitting inferiority. Then we create a spectacle, document everything, make the engagement visible to maximum witnesses. When she loses, and she will lose, it becomes undeniable evidence that aristocratic superiority is mythology, not reality. You want to turn combat into theater, Orga realized. Propaganda. I want to turn combat into narrative, Chief corrected. Theater implies artifice. This will be real combat with real stakes, but presented in ways that make the outcome politically significant beyond just tactical victory. Carta represents aristocratic military doctrine. I represent merit-based competence. When merit defeats aristocracy decisively, that's data points for McGillis's reform movement. And if you lose, Mikazuki asked quietly, then Tekadan evacuates while I provide rear guard, Chief said. But I won't lose. I've fought Covenant hunters in close quarters. Carta issue in a mobile suit is less dangerous than that. That's not confidence, Cortana interjected. That's concerning overconfidence. Chief, Carta might be delusional about aristocratic superiority, but she's still trained mobile suit pilot in advanced hardware. Don't underestimate her just because her ideology is stupid. I'm not underestimating her, Chief replied. I'm accurately assessing relative capabilities. She's trained in doctrine. I'm trained in adaptation. She fights according to honor protocols. I fight according to victory protocols. Given equal equipment, I'd still have advantage. Given my equipment superiority, he gestured at MJOLNIR armor. The outcome is predictable. You sound like her, Eugene observed. Same absolute confidence, same certainty of superiority. How is that different from aristocratic delusion? Results, Chief said simply. She's confident because of inherited bloodline. I'm confident because of verified performance. When confidence is backed by 30 years of successful operations, it's not delusion, its accurate self-assessment. The briefing continued for another 2 hours. Detailed tactical planning, contingency protocols, communication standards. By the end, Tekkadan had comprehensive battle plan that relied on Chief's individual capability more than most military commanders would consider acceptable. But Chief wasn't most military commanders, and Tekkadan wasn't most military forces. They were desperate orphans fighting for survival against a system designed to consume them, trained by a Spartan who'd spent 30 years being what everyone else couldn't. If that required putting Chief against aristocratic officer in single combat that would be documented and analyzed across Mars, so be it. 6 hours to engagement, Orga announced as the briefing concluded. Everyone get rest, check equipment, make peace with whatever makes peace necessary. This is going to be decisive one way or another. The team dispersed to preparations. Chief found Mikazuki in Barbados's cockpit, running pre-flight diagnostics with methodical attention that suggested he'd been doing this for hours, despite the engagement being hours away. "You're nervous," Chief observed. "Not accusation, just statement of fact." "I'm prepared," Mikazuki corrected. "Nervousness is emotional noise. I'm just being thorough." "Being thorough because you're nervous," Chief translated. "That's tactical anxiety, different from emotional anxiety, but serves similar function, makes you check and recheck to ensure you're ready." Mikazuki was quiet for a moment, his hands continuing diagnostic sequences. Finally, "What if you're wrong? About being able to beat Carta? What if aristocratic training is actually superior and you've been underestimating her?" "Then I adapt," Chief said. "Find different advantage, exploit different weakness, win through alternative method. Mika, I've survived 30 years because I don't rely on single tactical approach. I have backup plans for backup plans. Carta might surprise me. That's fine. Surprises can be countered." "And if you die," Mikazuki pressed, "what happens to Tekkadan? To your plan for showing that child soldiers don't have to be disposable?" "Then you continue it," Chief said simply. "You, Orga, Eugene, everyone who learned what I taught. The tactics don't die just because I do. The principles remain. You adapt them, apply them, keep surviving despite system that wants you dead. That's how revolution works, not through individuals, through transferred knowledge." "That's very practical for someone who might be about to die," Mikazuki observed. "Death is always practical when planned for," Chief replied. "The time to be emotional about dying is after you've survived. During potential death, you just focus on tactical objectives and hope preparation was sufficient." Mikazuki looked at him with those dead eyes that occasionally carried comprehension deeper than emotional processing. "You're not scared of dying. You're scared of dying without completing the mission. There's a difference." "Yes," Chief admitted. "That's sad," Mikazuki said. "Means you've been weaponed so long, you forgot that survival is supposed to be the mission, not prerequisite. The mission." Chief didn't have response to that, because Mikazuki, 16-year-old, emotionally disconnected weapon who'd been traumatized into tactical frameworks, had just articulated something Dr. Halsey probably knew but never said. That Spartans were designed to value mission completion over personal survival. And Chief had internalized that design so thoroughly, he'd forgotten it was supposed to be training, not identity. "I'll try to remember that," Chief said finally. "That surviving is supposed to matter beyond just enabling more missions." "Good," Mikazuki replied, "because Chief, if you die fighting Carta issue, I'm going to be annoyed. and I'm very effective when annoyed." It was the closest thing to sentiment Chief had ever heard from the teenager. "I'll try not to annoy you," Chief promised. "Appreciated," Mikazuki said, returning to his diagnostics. Chief left the hangar and found position on the base's observation platform, where he could watch Martian sunset paint the sky in shades of rust and shadow. 6 hours until engagement. 6 hours until he'd face aristocratic officer in single combat that would be documented and analyzed and used as propaganda for multiple political objectives. No pressure. "Chief," Cortana said quietly through his helmet's internal speakers, "can I say something potentially inappropriate?" "Go ahead. I've been with you for years, watched you survive situations that should have killed you, seen you make impossible work through sheer competence. But this is the first time I've seen you choose battle for ideological reasons instead of tactical necessity. You're fighting Carta not because you have to, but because defeating her serves political objectives. That's different from how you usually operate. Are you comfortable with that difference?" Chief considered the question carefully. "No, but I'm doing it anyway. Because sometimes tactical necessity isn't enough. Sometimes you need symbolic victory to change narratives. And right now, changing Gjallarhorn's narrative about aristocratic superiority versus common competence, that's worth fighting for. Even if it means using yourself as propaganda," Cortana pressed. "I've been propaganda since I was 6, Chief replied. "Spartans exist to be UNSC's ultimate weapons and inspirational symbols. That was always the design. At least now I'm choosing what I symbolize instead of having it assigned." "That's surprisingly philosophical," Cortana observed. "I'm practicing," Chief said, "trying to figure out what comes after the fighting, like Nadi suggested." "And?" Cortana asked. "What are you figuring out?" "That I have no idea," Chief admitted honestly. And that terrifies me more than Carta issue ever could." Martian sunset faded to darkness. 6 hours became 5, became 4, became preparation time measured in equipment checks and tactical review and the quiet rituals soldiers performed before battles that might be their last. And Master Chief Petty Officer John 117, 30 years into career of being weapon, prepared to fight aristocratic officer for ideological reasons he was only beginning to understand, while hoping that survival really was supposed to be the mission, not just prerequisite, the mission. The engagement zone was a maze of rust-colored rock formations carved by ancient water flows that Mars hadn't seen for billions of years. Chief stood on elevated ground, his armor's sensors painting the tactical situation in high-resolution overlays, while Cortana ran continuous threat assessment. Below, Tekadan's mobile workers had positioned themselves in concealed locations that exploited terrain Carta's formation-based tactics couldn't easily navigate. "Contact," Cortana announced. 8 Grey's Ritter units approaching from Vector 270. They're maintaining textbook formation, command unit center, flanking elements distributed for mutual support. Carta's broadcasting on open frequency. Chief switched to the indicated channel, hearing Carta's voice carried with aristocratic confidence that bordered on theatrical. "Tekadan forces, this is Commander Carta issue of Gjallarhorn's Mars Regulatory Division. You have been classified as unlawful combatants operating in violation of colonial security protocols. Surrender immediately and you will be processed through proper legal channels. Resist and you will be eliminated as threats to public order. You have 3 minutes to respond." She actually expects that to work, Eugene transmitted over Tekadon's tactical network. She thinks we'll surrender because she announced herself properly. Aristocratic doctrine emphasizes formal protocol, Chief explained. Carta believes following proper procedures gives her moral authority. That authority should compel compliance from common soldiers who respect hierarchy. That's delusional, Orga observed from his command mobile worker. That's aristocracy, Chief corrected. Entire system built on belief that proper breeding creates legitimate authority. Carta genuinely thinks her bloodline gives her moral superiority that we should recognize and submit to. Then let's teach her differently, Mikazuki said, his flat affect making the aggressive sentiment sound like weather observation. Barbados moved into position on high ground, its white and blue armor stark against Mars's red landscape. Chief activated his external speakers, broadcasting response on the same open frequency Carta had used. Commander issue. This is Spartan 117, tactical consultant to Tekadon PMC. We decline your surrender demand. However, I propose alternative, single combat, you versus me. Winner determines engagement outcome. Loser withdraws without further conflict. This follows aristocratic honor traditions while minimizing casualties. Do you accept? Silence on the frequency for several seconds. Then Carta's voice returned, carrying surprised curiosity. You're the external variable mentioned in intelligence reports, the Spartan in pre-Calamity War armor. I was told you were skilled mercenary. You sound more like something else. Does my classification matter to your response? Chief challenged. I've proposed single combat under honor protocols your aristocratic traditions recognize. Accept or decline. Choose quickly. Your 3-minute deadline is expiring. More silence. The chief could imagine Carta's internal debate. Aristocratic pride demanding she accept the challenge. Tactical caution suggesting this might be trap, and underlying uncertainty about whether commoner should be allowed to invoke honor traditions reserved for aristocracy. Finally, I accept your challenge, Spartan, but understand, when I defeat you, Tekadon will surrender unconditionally. That's the price of invoking aristocratic honor combat. Are those terms acceptable? Acceptable, Chief confirmed, which was technically true since he had no intention of losing. Designate combat zone. We engage in 10 minutes. Both sides withdraw support forces to observation distance. Single combat documented for both parties' records. Agreed? Agreed, Carta replied, and Chief heard genuine anticipation in her voice. She was looking forward to this. Opportunity to prove aristocratic superiority against external variable that had embarrassed Gjallarhorn's forces. This was exactly the kind of formal, honor-bound engagement that validated everything she believed about proper warfare, which made it perfect trap. Chief, Cortana said privately, she's bringing her Grey's Ritter to the designated zone. Custom unit, enhanced performance specifications, pilot neural interface for improved reaction time. This isn't standard military hardware. It's aristocratic showpiece designed to make its pilot look impressive. Good, Chief replied. Showpiece equipment prioritizes appearance over function. That creates exploitable weaknesses. Or it's genuinely superior hardware backed by aristocratic resources we can't match, Cortana countered. Chief, I don't underestimate her just because her ideology is stupid. Her equipment isn't stupid. Her training isn't stupid. Just her beliefs about why she deserves to win. Noted, Chief said. He moved toward the designated combat zone, relatively flat area, approximately 200 meters square, surrounded by elevated rock formations that would serve as observation positions for both sides' forces. Tekadon's mobile workers and Barbatos withdrew to those positions as agreed, maintaining weapon readiness but not directly threatening. Carda's Gray's Ritter approached from the opposite direction, crimson and gold paint scheme that screamed aristocratic vanity, enhanced armor plating that added visual bulk without proportional mass increase, and weapon loadout that prioritized versatility over specialization. The mobile suit moved with professional precision, its pilot clearly experienced despite ideological delusions. The two combatants faced each other across 200 meters of Martian dust, 20-meter mobile suit versus 2-meter armored infantry. The visual disparity was absurd, which was exactly why Chief had proposed it, because when the absurdly outsized opponent lost to infantry-scale combatant, the humiliation would be comprehensive. "Combat documentation active," Cortana announced. "I'm recording from multiple angles, transmitting encrypted feed to McGillis's contact protocols and ensuring Tekadon has complete record. Whatever happens here, it'll be well documented." "Good," Chief confirmed. He activated his external speakers. "Commander Issue, are you ready?" "I am ready, Spartan," Carter replied, her mobile suit drawing its beam saber, energy weapon that could cut through most armor with contemptuous ease. "Before we begin, I want you to understand something. You may be skilled, you may have impressive equipment, but you lack the one thing that truly matters in warfare: noble bloodline. Combat prowess flows from superior breeding. That's not ideology, that's biological reality, and today you'll learn that reality." "Interesting theory," Chief replied. "Let's test it." He moved, not charging directly. That would be suicide against mobile suit with beam weapons. Instead, Chief sprinted laterally at 45 meters per second, his armor's enhanced mobility making him difficult target for weapons designed to track mobile suit-scale opponents. Carta tracked him with professional competence, her beam saber slashing toward his position. Chief rolled under the attack, the superheated plasma passing close enough that his shields registered thermal stress but didn't fail. He came up firing his MA-5C assault rifle in controlled bursts, targeting the Gray's Ritter's right knee joint where armor was necessarily thinner to allow articulation. Rounds sparked against reinforced plating, not penetrating but forcing Carta to adjust stance, to compensate for impacts that wouldn't damage her mobile suit but affected its balance. "You're fast," Carta acknowledged, sounding more intrigued than concerned. "But speed without power is merely aerobics. Let me show you power." Her Gray's Ritter's shoulder-mounted cannon swiveled, tracking Chief's position and firing, not beam weapon but ballistic round designed for anti-armor work. The shot was well-aimed, professionally executed, exactly what aristocratic training would produce. Chief wasn't there when it arrived. He'd predicted the shot from Carta's weight distribution, had moved before she fired, and was already circling to her mobile suit's flank. His armor's shields had taken glancing impact from the shot's shockwave, but direct damage was zero. "Doctrine problem," Chief transmitted, continuing his lateral movement. "You're fighting like I'm mobile suit, using tactics designed for platform versus platform combat. I'm infantry, different threat profile, different vulnerabilities, different tactical approach required." "Tactics are universal," Carta insisted, her mobile suit pivoting to track him. "Superior training, adapts to any opponent. Or watch. She switched from heavy weapons to her mobile suit's head-mounted Vulcan cannons, anti-infantry weapons, rapid fire designed to shred light targets through volume of fire rather than individual shot power. The tactical adaptation was correct. The execution was textbook. Chief had already calculated the firing solution. He dropped prone as the Vulcan fire tracked through the space where his center mass had been a half-second earlier. The rounds chewed through rock and dust, creating visual obscuration that Chief exploited by combat rolling into dead ground, a depression in the terrain that blocked Carta's line of sight. Problem with doctrine-based tactics, Chief transmitted, while repositioning under cover, is that they're predictable. I've reviewed Gjallarhorn training manuals. You know exactly how you're trained to respond to infantry threats. Anti-personnel weapons, saturation fire, maintain distance, textbook, predictable, exploitable. Predictable implies inferior, Carter replied, her mobile suit moving to reacquire line of sight. I'm not ashamed of using proven tactics. They're proven because they work. Your improvisation is just chaos with pretensions. Then let's see which wins, Chief said. He emerged from cover sprinting at maximum velocity, closing distance toward Carta's mobile suit instead of maintaining range. Every tactical doctrine said infantry should avoid close quarters with mobile suits. The size and power differential made proximity suicidal, which was why Carta didn't expect it. Her mobile suit's beam saber activated, slashing toward Chief in defensive pattern designed to create threat zone that infantry couldn't penetrate. The superheated plasma would vaporize MJOLNIR armor on contact. Chief couldn't block it, couldn't tank it, had to avoid it. So he didn't. He went under it. Chief dove beneath the beam saber's arc, his armor's enhanced strength letting him drive magnetic boot clamps directly into the Grey's Ritter's ankle joint. He activated the clamps, locking himself to the mobile suit's leg, and immediately deployed 3 of Nadi's improvised grenades, placing them against the ankle joint's sensor cluster, the knee joint's hydraulic mechanisms, and the hip joint's articulation housing. 3-second delay. Chief released the magnetic clamps and dropped clear, hitting the ground and rolling away, while Carta tried to process what had just happened. The grenades detonated simultaneously, small explosions by military standards, but precisely placed against vulnerable joints. The cumulative effect was catastrophic. The Grey's Ritter's right leg collapsed, hydraulic fluid spraying from ruptured mechanisms, sensors going offline, and the entire mobile suit toppling as its primary support failed. Carta ejected before the mobile suit hit ground. Emergency protocol, professional response, exactly what trained pilots did when their units were catastrophically damaged. Her ejection seat rocketed clear, landing 50 meters away with impact-absorbing cushions deploying automatically. She emerged from the ejection seat, wearing pilot suit and sidearm, her aristocratic composure shattered by comprehensive tactical defeat that had taken less than 90 seconds. That's impossible, Carta stated, not quite making it a question. Mobile suits don't lose to infantry. That's not how warfare works. I was trained by the best instructors. I pilot aristocratic-grade equipment. You're just a soldier in armor. This doesn't make sense. Chief approached at walking pace, his assault rifle lowered but ready. It makes perfect sense. You fought according to doctrine that assumes mobile suit superiority is automatic. I fought according to principles of identifying and exploiting vulnerabilities, regardless of size differential. Doctrine lost. Adaptation won. That's not bloodline, that's competence. No, Carta insisted, her voice carrying desperate need to maintain worldview that had just been comprehensively demolished. No, this isn't legitimate victory. You use tricks, irregular tactics, weapons that don't follow proper combat protocols. If we fought honorably according to recognized rules of engagement. I'd still win, Chief interrupted, because recognized rules were written by people who benefit from those rules. You want honor protocols that validate aristocratic advantages. I fight by victory protocols that prioritize effectiveness over appearances. Your approach looks impressive. Mine works. He gestured at her disabled Gray's Ritter. Combat's over, Commander Issue. Per our agreement, you've lost. That means your forces withdraw. Tekadon receives no further harassment from your unit. Understood. Carta looked at her mobile suit. Expensive piece of aristocratic military hardware disabled by infantry combatant, using improvised explosives and aggressive tactics that weren't covered by her training. Everything she'd been taught since childhood about aristocratic superiority was crumbling in real time. This isn't over, Carta said, her voice hardening as desperate pride replaced tactical assessment. I'll report this engagement. Gjallarhorn Command will send proper forces. You've won one battle through irregular tactics, but that doesn't change the fundamental reality that commoners cannot defeat aristocratic military forces. Today was anomaly. When we return with appropriate countermeasures. When you return, Chief interrupted, I'll defeat you again, using different tactics, different approach, different exploitation of whatever new vulnerabilities your appropriate countermeasures create. Because adaptation isn't anomaly, it's methodology, and methodology beats bloodline every time. He turned to leave, then paused. One more thing, Commander Issue. This entire engagement was documented, multiple angles, complete record. My AI is transmitting that documentation across Mars's information networks as we speak. By tomorrow, every settlement, every PMC, every colonial worker will see footage of aristocratic officer losing to infantry combatant using improvised tactics. What you call anomaly, they'll call proof that aristocracy isn't invincible. Consider that when you're filing your report. Carta's expression cycled through shock, denial, rage, and finally, horrified understanding that she'd just become propaganda tool, undermining everything she believed in. You're not soldier, Carta whispered. You're revolutionary, using combat as political theater. That's not warfare, that's terrorism. That's narrative disruption, Chief corrected. And it's more effective than you realize. Commander Issue, I've just demonstrated that noble bloodline doesn't guarantee military competence. That commoners with proper training can defeat aristocrats with expensive equipment. That the system you're defending is built on mythology rather than merit. How many people across Mars will see this footage and realize they don't have to accept exploitation as natural order? How many will start questioning whether Gjallarhorn's authority is legitimate or just inherited theft? He left her standing in Martian dust beside her disabled mobile suit, her worldview shattered more completely than her Gray's Ritter's leg joints. The engagement was over, but the information warfare was just beginning. Tekadon's base, 8 hours later, the command center screen showed cascading social media reactions as Cortana's documentation of the combat spread across Mars's information networks. Footage of Carta Issue's mobile suit being disabled by infantry combatant using improvised tactics was generating reactions ranging from celebration to disbelief to carefully worded statements from settlements that had been living under Gjallarhorn economic pressure for generations. 50 million views in 8 hours, Cortana reported, with satisfaction that AIs theoretically weren't supposed to feel. Cross-platform distribution, multiple language translations, and most importantly, it's generating conversation. People are analyzing the tactics, discussing the implications, questioning the mythology of aristocratic military superiority. That's good, Orga asked, watching the data streams. That's exactly what we wanted, Chief confirmed. Combat victories are temporary. Narrative victories are persistent. We didn't just defeat Carta issue. We demonstrated that Gjallarhorn's aristocratic officer corps can be beaten by properly trained commoners with inferior equipment. That's data point that undermines their entire legitimacy structure. McGillis is going to love this, Cortana added, pulling up encrypted message that had arrived 20 minutes earlier. He's already circulating the footage among reformist officers with commentary about how aristocratic privilege inhibits military effectiveness, turning our tactical victory into his political ammunition. As planned, Chief said. That's why coordination works. We provide evidence through action. See, he provides context through political positioning. Combined effect is greater than either approach separately. Mikazuki entered the command center, moving with his characteristic silent grace. Carta issue is broadcasting threats, says she's returning with overwhelming force, says this isn't over. Of course she is, Chief replied. We destroyed her worldview along with her mobile suit. She needs to restore her reputation or accept that everything she was taught about aristocratic superiority is false. Most people double down on their beliefs when confronted with contradictory evidence. Carta will escalate. Is that problem? Mikazuki asked. It's opportunity, Chief corrected. Every time she escalates and fails, she reinforces the narrative we're building. The aristocratic officer, repeatedly defeated by commoner combatants, demonstrates that bloodline doesn't equal competence. The more she tries to prove herself, the more she undermines her own ideology. That's cruel, Eugene observed. Using someone's psychological need to validate their worldview as weapon against them. That's psychological warfare, Chief replied. And it's more humane than conventional warfare. Nobody died today. Nobody suffered permanent physical injury. Carta's pride is wounded. That's vastly preferable to casualties we'd incur if we fought her conventionally. Chief, Nadi called from the maintenance area, your armor took some thermal stress from that near miss with the beam saber. Shield integrity is at 78%. Nothing critical, but you should let me run full diagnostics before next engagement. Acknowledged, Chief replied. How long? 4 hours for comprehensive check, Nadi estimated. 2 hours if you're willing to accept probably fine instead of definitely fine. 4 hours, Chief decided. Do it right. Probably fine is how equipment fails at critical moments. As Nadi began diagnostic procedures, Chief found position on the base's observation platform, where he could watch Mars's sunset while processing the engagement's implications. He'd won decisively, achieved tactical and strategic objectives, generated propaganda that would undermine Gjallarhorn's narrative for weeks. So why did he feel like he'd done something that crossed lines he couldn't quite articulate? You're troubled, Cortana observed through his helmet's internal speakers. I used Carta, Chief said quietly. Not just defeated her, used her, turned her psychological vulnerabilities into weapons. made her desperation to validate her worldview into ammunition for our information warfare. That's effective, but it's also manipulative in ways that feel wrong. It's warfare, Cortana replied, just psychological instead of kinetic, and it's more humane. Nobody died, nobody's permanently injured. You're feeling guilty about winning cleanly. I'm feeling uncomfortable about winning by destroying someone's fundamental beliefs about who they are, Chief clarified. Carta issue is delusional about aristocratic superiority, but those delusions are her entire identity. What I did today, I didn't just defeat her tactically. I attacked her sense of self, made her question everything she was taught since childhood. That's psychological violence that's harder to recover from than physical injuries. And the alternative? Cortana challenged. Fight her conventionally, kill her forces, accept casualties on our side. Chief, you chose the least harmful path available. If she suffers psychological distress from learning her ideology is false, that's not your fault. That's her ideology's fault for being built on lies. Maybe, Chief admitted, but there's difference between exposing lies and weaponizing the exposure. I didn't just show Carta that aristocratic superiority is mythology. I made sure that revelation was as public and humiliating as possible. That was strategic choice, not inevitable outcome. I chose humiliation as tactic, and I'm not sure that's who I want to be. Cortana was quiet for a moment, unusual for AI whose processing speed made human pauses feel geological. Finally, you're right, you chose psychological warfare over conventional warfare, and that choice saved lives. But it also made you responsible for psychological damage that might be worse than physical trauma. There's no clean answer here, Chief, just trade-offs between different types of harm. I've been making those trade-offs for 30 years, Chief said. Doesn't get easier, just more complicated, more morally ambiguous, more uncertain whether the victories actually matter. They watched Martians sunset in silence, Spartan and AI, contemplating the ethics of information warfare, while orphaned child soldiers celebrated tactical victory that might or might not lead to strategic improvement in their chances of survival. Inside the base, Mikazuki found Orga in the command center, reviewing casualty reports that showed 0 friendly losses, 0 enemy KIA, and 1 mobile suit disabled. Best possible tactical outcome. Chief's upset, Mikazuki observed. About what? Orga asked. We won, decisively, no casualties, exactly what we planned. About how we won, Mikazuki clarified. About using psychological manipulation instead of straight combat. About making Carta's defeat as humiliating as possible, for strategic reasons rather than letting it be simple tactical outcome. That's weird thing to be upset about, Orga said. Winning is winning. Method doesn't matter as long as results are favorable. Chief thinks method matters, Mikazuki replied. Thinks there's difference between defeating enemy and destroying them psychologically, between winning battle and weaponizing victory as propaganda, between being soldier and being revolutionary. Orga considered this while reviewing the social media analytics that showed their combat footage generating conversation across Mars. Is he wrong about the distinctions? I don't know, Mikazuki admitted. I process everything tactically. For me, defeating Carta and humiliating her are same category. Both serve our survival objectives. But Chief distinguishes them, thinks one is warfare and other is something else, something that makes him uncomfortable even though it's effective. That's very human, Orga observed. being troubled by effective tactics because they feel morally ambiguous. Most soldiers stop making those distinctions after enough warfare. Fact that Chief still does. That means he's holding on to something most people lose. Not sure if that's strength or vulnerability. Both, Mikazuki said. Same as everything with Chief. He's strongest when fighting, most vulnerable when thinking about what fighting means. I don't understand it, but I recognize it matters to him. So it probably matters generally. They returned to their duties. Orga managing administrative concerns that came with running PMC. The Mikazuki performing equipment maintenance that kept Barbatos functional. The normal operations that defined their lives between moments of violence. Outside, Chief stood alone on observation platform, watching stars emerge as Martian darkness deepened. 30 years of warfare. And he still hadn't figured out the difference between necessary violence and violence that just felt necessary because it was efficient. Maybe that uncertainty was a good thing. Maybe the day he stopped questioning his methods was the day he'd actually become just weapon instead of person who used weapons. Or maybe he was overthinking everything because this universe forced him to choose objectives for first time in his life, and choosing meant being responsible for outcomes instead of just executing orders. Either way, Carta issue would return with bigger forces, more resources, greater determination to prove her aristocratic superiority wasn't mythology, and Chief would face her again, would defeat her again, would continue using warfare as narrative disruption, would keep teaching orphans to survive systems designed to consume them, would remain uncertain whether he was doing right thing or just effective thing that felt right because alternatives were worse. Master Chief Petty Officer John 117, 30 years into career he'd never chosen, stood on alien world and wondered if freedom to choose your battles made them more meaningful or just more complicated. He still didn't have answer, but at least the questions were his. That had to count for something.